And the two umpires are making their way out to the middle just a few minutes later than they normally would do. The cover was on just in case we might have had a couple of spots of rain or so, but happily the hover cover has made its way off. And we will get some play just a few minutes after the scheduled time of 11 o'clock. It's day 2, Hampshire versus Essex. Essex had a good day yesterday, 219 for 3. They'll resume in their first innings this morning. We did lose close to 30 overs yesterday due to the weather. Your commentary team today, it is a little later, you'll hear from Sanjay Murthy, who's a cricket podcaster from Winchester. He's already got the cameras out. He's already set up. And I'm Kevin James, and next to me, he was here yesterday from BBC Essex, it's Nick Gledhill. Nick, very good morning. Oh, he's not on. Sorry, it's my fault. Do you know what? I've just realised he had some cans on. And I thought, oh, he's ready, but actually he's doing something else. So you're going to have to put up with me for a few minutes. So let me tell you where we are. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you will see a scorecard right in front of you, which gives you the 2 not-out batters in red. Matt Critley is 3 runs short of a century. Charlie Allison is 60 not out, and those two so far have put on 152 unbroken for the 4th wicket. And for Hampshire, Kyle Abbott, the standout bowler yesterday, 16 overs, 2 for 32. He was accurate. He was a little unlucky. Could have easily picked up 3 or 4 wickets. Cody Ysef, who's still got 2 balls left of his 17th over, yet to pick up a wicket. Spoke to him last night, actually, the South African. You'll be able to pick up that interview on the Hampshire Cricket website, and also there's parts of that on the Solent Sport X feed at Solent Sport. I posted a little clip this morning, actually, of him talking about last week's Cricket South Africa one-day cup final. Some of you will have read an article where his Lions teammate Bayers Swanepoel left the field 8 overs early to come and join Worcestershire, or he thought he was. Unfortunately, Cricket South Africa have not issued their no objection certificate because of his antics. Quite interesting, actually, what Cody Ysef said, that he didn't realise what was happening, and he thinks Bayers, well, he knows he made a mistake. But anyway, have a listen to that. The 2 teams are out there in the middle. Not only can you pick us up on the live picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website, and that's also going back to the Essex Cricket website, but also we're on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on your smart speaker. Just tell it, play Hampshire versus Essex. So it's still overcast, it's still cloudy, as it was for most of the day yesterday. And Cody Ysef is already at the top of his mark at the pavilion end to get us underway. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the email for today and for all season, as it was last season. Nick Gledhill, when he joins us in a minute, will give you the Essex one. If you'd rather just message him on Essex Matters. You can still message us on Essex Matters, but I know some people would like to use their own. Right, 2 slips. And Ysef from the pavilion end comes in. He's bowling to Matt Critley, 3 short of 100. And he just gets turned around there a little bit. Ball just holds in the surface a little bit and just pushing that maybe a little too early, but he's safe enough as the ball trickles out on the offside. Now, I know one thing that Nick Gledhill would love to do is commentate on a Matt Critley 100. It may come this over, so I will hand you over to Nick.
Well, it might, Kevin. Good morning to you. Yeah, a very slight delay with drizzle, just a precautionary, putting the hover cover on, just a very slight delay of a couple of minutes, but nothing untoward. So we've got a couple of deliveries left in the over, and Critley will play the first one here from Ysef up towards mid-on. In fact, yeah, that is it. So we're going to start a new over. So just the one ball there. 219 for 3. Critley 97 and Allison 60. And yeah, it's been a very, very good partnership indeed. And Noah Thane, of course, can bat for Essex. They'll be looking, having spoken to Chris Silverwood last night. No immediate news of Tom Westley's condition, but I did see Westley with a splint, with the usual splint of the finger to give protection. And obviously, it's looking as though there's some sort of fracture, and very unlikely that he'll be well, involved, although technically he could play up, apparently due to the rule, in the last 3 days of the Somerset game, but I'm very unlikely to be involved in that at all. And so Essex losing their captain yesterday, perhaps for a few games, but having a good day on the field nonetheless, with some good batting after a pretty even start to the day.
Yeah, it was. Hampshire, I think Hampshire were in a decent position, weren't they? 37 for 2 at lunch, were Essex. They were, 67 for 3 when Weir Mulder was up.
Yeah, Dawson's bowling here to Allison, who'll play defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Yeah, overcast, maybe the cloud a little bit higher than yesterday, not quite got that same really threatening look to it. Forecast is pretty good actually, with maybe some sunshine in the afternoon. We haven't really seen any sun yet, apart from very briefly yesterday in a couple of instances, as that's played defensively, head over the ball by Allison, who's going to look to get himself in here again. Essex will be looking, I think, to have these two together when the new ball comes at 80 overs. We're now in the 68th. And Dawson bowls, and that's just played defensively and cautiously up into the offside to short cover. And then it'll be very interesting to see what Hampshire do with the new ball, whether Ysef continues his spell and perhaps Sonny Baker takes it with Carl Abbott. That might be one route back into the game for the home side if they don't take a wicket beforehand. Slip on a short cover, and this is played defensively again. Very good orthodox cricket from Charlie Allison. He's getting good deliveries from Liam Dawson. He's not taking any early risks. Just plays it up towards mid-wicket. There's a mid-on and mid-off, a mid-wicket, a short cover, a backward point, a deep square cover, and a fine leg, and there's also a slip-in. Here's Dawson again. A little bit of a breeze. It'll get windier later, as this is clipped away round the corner, out towards Sonny Baker at square leg, and he'll take a single and go to 61. It was interesting yesterday because the two got to their 50s more or less at the same time. I think Critley got there just first, but then Critley started to move ahead, but Allison did just the right thing, seeing how well Critley was going, just dropped anchor a little bit, and that's really served the team's cause well. Is Dawson now bowling to Critley, and that's just played defensively up towards cover, and there's no run. Do you want to take the commentary until Critley's back on strike, Kevin? Because it could take a while. This 220 for 3 with Critley 97 and Allison 61.
So I'll commentate on Allison and you could commentate on Critley. Thank you to Neil Prowse, who's emailed this morning, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Thank you for reminding me that I'd forgotten to switch the in-ground commentary on. So if you were all panicking on the ground saying it's not working again or something like that, Neil, thank you very much. And I've just quickly gone across and switched it on, so you'll be able to hear us. So apologies if you missed the first few minutes. I'm not sure we've said anything riveting in the first few minutes, but anyway, here we go. And Cody Ysef is immediately out of the attack, and Kyle Abbott is back on. I'm not surprised, really.
Yeah, they want to bowl him first, but then give him a rest, I guess, before the new ball.
That's right, because we've had 68 overs of this first innings. Here's the start of the 69th, and the ground staff have moved over towards the hover cover, which is a worry, as Critley turns that away down to fine leg. They pick up 1, or do they? Yes, they'll stay at 1. 221 for 3, with Allison on to 62. I'll hand back to Nick.
Yeah, I mean, looking at just having a look at some of the radar, there is, there are a few showers around, but there's nothing like the threat and the rain that we had yesterday morning. It might be. I don't see it being anything any more than a little bit of drizzle that they could potentially play through. But we'll see. I mean, just looking at the radar here, yeah, most of the rain is sort of missing Southampton to the west. It's coming from the southwest today, as is Abbott coming in to bowl to Critley, and Critley just plays an orthodox defensive shot with bat and pad together, just playing it up into the offside, and there is no run. He is on 97. If he can get to this century, it will be a 13th for him, as Abbott will come in to bowl from the pavilion end. Oh, that's a good delivery, and it beats Critley outside the off stump. That was a fine piece of bowling, and obviously there is going to be a little bit more of a threat, I think, from the Hampshire bowlers. I think yesterday the lack of a second experience seemed told a bit as conditions eased up, but now of course we've got a little bit of dampness in the air, bowler's fresh, and it's going to be a case of these two sort of getting in again, really, which is what they're looking to do. Critley yet to add to his 97 as Abbott bowls to him, and he plays a nice drive. Oh, he'll be kicking himself a bit there. Critley just a little bit wide of Abbott. Actually, it could have crashed into the stumps, but it was a very well-timed straight drive, and it went straight back to Kyle Abbott, but it was well hit. If he hit it to the left of Abbott, that I think would have gone for 4. To the right, it could have thudded into the stumps, but as it was very well timed, but it went straight back to the bowler. And that could have been the moment. 12 centuries and 32 50s. We've got technically got 33 50s now, of course, Critley, as this is played away, and it goes out towards wide mid wicket. I think it was in the air for a while as well, and it's fielded, and there's no run. So actually Hampshire have got a pressure field, which for a lot of yesterday they didn't have. They've got really got two short mid wickets, to be honest, because that straighter mid wicket really is a mid wicket rather than a mid on. So they've got an additional mid on, a shortish straight mid wicket, a slightly wider conventional mid wicket, 2 slips, backward point cover, and mid off. So it's a tight field. This is Critley just playing one back down the pitch, and there's no run. And I know that Michael Carberry, who was with us yesterday, was a little bit critical of Hampshire at times of setting 2 defensive fields. It was much more what he would have enjoyed, because that kept the pressure on Matt Critley, who remains on 97 from 145 balls, 221 for 3, and the partnership is on 154.
So it looks like it's me doing some commentary, because Charlie Allison is going to face the start of the next over, and that next over will be bowled by Cody Ysef, who's switching ends. Got an email here from Jamal Makhlouf, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, great to have you and the county cricket back. Missed a lot of yesterday at the pub. Well, somebody's celebrating Easter early as Ysef bowls. Critley plays forward defensively. But looking in for today, could you explain, this is one for you, Nick, really. Could you explain the substitution rules again, please? I could understand Thane batting in the second innings, but surely not the first. A whole extra fresh batter coming in as an extra player down the order seems unfair at best. Wasn't aware of this new rule, but I'm not sure I like it. Nick, you've got...
Yeah, well, I actually agree with our correspondent there. I personally like the purest 11 batters per innings.
Ysef runs away from us. So Allison just pushes that to point.
Absolutely no question that Essex trying to take advantage yesterday. Clearly not. I mean, that was a clear finger injury. Finger injury may well be a fractured finger there for Tom Wesley. But
did you find out exactly what it was?
No, that's not. It's not yet been diagnosed. But as I say, he's got the splint, and talking to Chris Silverwood yesterday, still got the full diagnosis, but it's a suspected fracture, most likely. But he won't obviously be taking any further part in this game, or indeed be playing at Chelmsford.
Ysef bowled short, and Allison ducks underneath. So the rule is, Nick will... Well, you explain the rule, because you're better at that sort of thing.
Well, there's a trial the ECB have implemented, it's having been used elsewhere, where players can be substituted for obvious injuries, illness, and significant life events. Now, there was a Derbyshire bowler whose wife was diagnosed with a serious illness, who had to carry on. I think it was Blair Tickner, who had to carry on playing to make sure Derbyshire had 11.
Off the back foot there, Allison steers it into the gap at extra cover. Will pick up 2. There's Eddie Jack, slides into that ball and throws it back, and Allison moves on to 64, 223 for 3.
So the principle that you can replace, you don't have a situation as Essex had with Jamie Cox when he had appendicitis at the Oval before he'd batted in the game, which meant that Essex were batting with 10 in both innings.
Ysef in again to Allison, past the umpire and beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery.
I think the principle of injury replacement is clearly right. The issue, slightly more dubious issue, I think, is 12 players batting in one innings, because I think scorecards aren't designed for that. There'll be scorers around the country who've got 11 slots and got to decide to put Wesley stroke Thane, and then obviously have lots of asterisks for dividing up the innings. But no, that could be a little bit more open to gamesmanship.
Ysef in, just guided through backward of point. They'll pick up a single. Allison moves on to 65, 224 for 3.
So I'll give you an example. Jamie Cox at Taunton last year, pivotal moment in the Essex season. Sustained an injury, he collapsed actually, seizing his left side as he collapsed to the ground, taking his 99th run in the Essex second innings. He, I think, struck a boundary to get to 103 and then went off. Essex promptly collapsed and Somerset chased over 300 to win the game. But had this rule been in place, would he have had to leave the field at 99? What would have happened if he had faced one more ball or 100 more balls? That would be the question in terms of whether he'd be allowed a replacement. The thing about Wesley yesterday was very clear cut, because at least he did not face another ball after the injury was sustained. So that has yet to be tested, perhaps.
That's you, isn't it?
So here is a delivery that is run down past second slips. A good delivery that from Abbott, and Allison has actually played it with soft hands and run it down past second slip for 4. I think it went to ground before it went to where a third slip would have been, but it was a good piece of bowling, and it was very well played by Charlie Anderson, who's got all the runs this morning. He's gone to 69. He might get to the 100 first, the way things are going. But yeah, so I think the principle is absolutely right. It's just the fine detail and whether there could be a bit of gamesmanship at times. Say someone in a run chase who's not scoring quickly enough, who sustains an injury in brackets, that sort of thing. But the principle of replacing a player surely is right. It's just whether the small print is quite right at the moment, but time will tell. I know the majority view yesterday was that people were quite happy with it, as this is steered down towards the gully, and there is no run. So 228 for 3. It's odd actually, because Critley hasn't scored this morning, so our plan's been scuffed.
It has, yeah, I'm not quite sure where we're going, but we'll still try and do alternate overs as we normally do, and then we'll adapt.
Yeah, we'll do the rest of this over, and then we'll see where we are.
Yeah.
So the cloud is still, I don't think it's quite as threatening as yesterday, and the forecast is definitely better, as this is again just run down very neatly by Allison. He's playing Abbott with a lot of respect. He knows that Abbott straight up and Abbott with the new ball is going to be a threat, and not taking any undue risks. Really does have all the makings of a high-class batter over the next few years for Essex, and maybe even greater honours as well. And it'll be interesting to see where he bats at Chelmsford. I'd like to see him go back to number 4, which is where he was so successful in the second half of last season, as he's played defensively. And Allison doesn't get a run here, as I think Abbott might have just got a hand to it, but there was no chance of a single.
Yeah, averages 38 in his career. There's only 21.
Yeah, it's a great find. Charlie Anderson, another product of the Essex system, Essex born, and so looks to have a great future ahead of him. A good ring field here from Hampshire, with good pressure, as that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Still got those 2 short mid wickets, the wider one and the straighter one. There's the mid-on having a chat with the bowler now, mid-off cover, and then backward point, almost a deep gully, but more a backward point, 2 slips and a fine leg on the boundary. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, and online via the BBC Sport website and app. We're here at the Utilita Bowl, day 2 of the new season, and Essex at the moment in a good position, 228 for 3, as here Anderson just plays again, just treating the ball on its merits. He was trying to whip that one between the 2 mid wickets, but it was in the end to the straighter of the 2, and he can't get the runs that he was looking for. Good over again from Abbott, and 228 for 3.
Yeah, so what have we got? 9 overs to the new ball. I wonder if Abbott will have another one. Interesting to see. Will Ysef have another one after this? I think the new ball, it's all about keeping things quiet now. New ball coming. Attack. Because if Essex keep batting the way they are, Hampshire have got a long haul ahead of them.
Potentially Essex could bat for most of the day.
Well, I was going to say, I think that's what I'd do.
Yeah.
It's you.
Ysef bowling, and that's just played defensively by Critley on 97.
It is confusing, isn't it?
It's one of those things we were hoping that Critley would get to his landmark very quickly, but he's taking his time. He's having scored most of the runs in the last hour or so yesterday. Allison has promptly taken the lead with the run scoring this morning, but the field has been better from Hampshire today. Interesting, there's a gap now at square leg. That's interesting. It means there's a run to anything on his pads, but here Critley plays a lovely stroke. It's a slightly short ball and he cuts it away down to the backward point boundary, and Matt Critley has done it. He's gone to his 13th 100, raises his bat and handshake with Charlie Allison, and that was unfortunately a pressure release ball from Hampshire's point of view. They'd built up pressure well, but that was a bit of a half tracker. It was a fairly straightforward one for Critley to get onto the back foot. All he had to do was get it past backward point. He duly did, and he's gone to 101 from 147 balls. Well done to Matt Critley. A great start to the season for him.
Charlesless. Can't think of anything. It's been a good innings. There's absolutely no doubt about that, and put Hampshire under massive pressure. I'm going to make way for our cricket podcaster from Winchester, Sanjay Murthy.
Look forward to welcoming Sanjay in a moment. So that's the first objective for Essex this morning. Achieved. Partnership on 165, as this one is just played by Critley for his 102nd run. Now the backward point has gone back to the boundary to wide third man, so Critley can still hit the ball in the same area. This time he just gets the one run, but that was a question of waiting for the first bad ball of the morning and taking advantage of it, and it was a good exhibition of patience really from actually both batters, but Critley in particular, given he hadn't been able to score any runs up to that point. 102 now and 69 to Allison, 233 for 3, and here there's another delivery which is just back of a length and allowing the stroke through the backward point gap, and that's going to be another run for Charlie Allison, who goes to 70, and Critley back on strike. Good morning, Sanjay.
Morning, Nick. Nice to be on with you. It looks set for a great day, doesn't it?
Well, from the Essex point of view, yes, Hampshire they would like to separate these two before the new ball, or second thing they can do, of course, is strike with the new ball. But if neither happens, they're in a lot of trouble in the game. Here's Ysef bustling in. It's a delivery that Critley just takes one hand off the bat as he plays it out towards mid-on. Matt Critley's highest score is 151, and if he can get in here, he might be thinking he's got every chance. I mean, Essex, I think, will be looking to bat, in the best case scenario, I would think halfway through the final session. I think if they were to get in a position where they can bat once and strike with the new ball this evening, that would be ideal. Given time lost already, of course, as that's played defensively up into the offside. It rolls up to mid-off rather, and there is no run as the fielding is completed by Eddie Jack. But my feeling yesterday, Sanjay, was Hampshire looked a senior bowler short. Sonny Baker was very impressive. I'd be very interested to see whether he takes the new ball. But they looked a senior bowler short, and it's almost inevitable, having lost Mohammed Abbas and then Keith Barker in successive seasons.
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, Critley and Allison have certainly picked up where they left off yesterday. They've looked rock solid this morning against the Hampshire new ball attack that has consisted of Kyle Abbott and Cody Ysef. Dawson bowled one over this morning as well. But I was looking at the averages actually of the next batters to come in, Nick, and with Pepper, Harmer and Snater, I mean, Essex do, if they can bat like they've been batting so far this morning, are set for a big score.
Pepper, Harmer, Snater and Thane, of course.
Also, yes, of course. Now we'll come to that in a second, because I've got a theory
Yeah, I'll
which,
see what you think. I don't know. I'd be interested
exactly.
in your view, whether you subscribe to my purist view or you agree with the.
I'm going to go
with the small
contrarian.
tree.
We'll come to that
But
second.
anyway, I'll
There's-
hand over to you for the next over.
There's been a change of bowling at the pavilion then. Eddie Jack
Yeah.
is coming on. He bowled 9 overs yesterday, wicketless for 43 runs.
Signs
Let's
that
see what
Baker's
he
going
can
to take
do.
the new ball.
Exactly. In comes Jack again. Bowls it short and it's hooked, and that's just flown through into the gloves of Ben Brown behind the stumps. That's a good pace to start off with from Eddie Jack. He looks an exciting young prospect. I think that's the thing with Hampshire this year. They've lost the bowlers that you said, Nick, but there's a whole raft of young lads coming through that if they get game time and can bed themselves in alongside the more experienced players, there's signs of hope for them. As Jack turns at the top of his mark, he's in now, he bowls, it's short again, and this time it's given a wide by the umpire. Second short ball of the over. What's the square leg umpire doing? He's signalling that as well. So he's started off with a couple of short balls, Jack. But what did the pitch do yesterday, Nick? Was that a pitch
It
up?
started off offering a fair bit to the bowlers, but as the ball got older, it certainly became easier for batting.
This is the 72nd over as Jack comes in again, bowls, and this time's full. And as he's done a lot this morning and a lot of yesterday, Charlie Allison just covers up nicely and just plays the ball back to the bowler who fields. The score remains 235 for 3 in the 72nd over here.
I think last season these young Hampshire bowlers did pretty well. The problem really for Hampshire last year was lack of batting points, which almost had them relegated. They had the fewest along with Worcestershire in the division.
Jack comes in bowls again, it's full, and this time just plays a little bit late. Charlie Allison there, but no dramas as it goes to Jake Lehman, who's fielding at a closest mid wicket. Yeah, batting points you think were a problem. And how did Essex go last year?
Well,
That's
it was
right,
a
they got a lot of
contrast because
centuries,
Essex
got a lot, yeah.
almost a real contrast because Essex, mind you, with some flattish pitches, which made it difficult at times to force results at Chelmsford, but 20 centuries
Yes,
spread
yeah, I
evenly
saw,
amongst
yeah.
the top 6.
In comes Jack again, bowls, and this time Richie's on the back foot. Just plays it down in front of him, practices a more aggressive shot. There's a man posted on the deep square leg boundary there that he slightly in, about 10 yards in off the boundary. But Jack is sort of employing a bit of a short ball tactic here with an older ball, and he's getting up there. So with an older ball, it shows the pace that the young man has got. It'll be interesting to see when the new ball does come along, which we assume Hampshire are going to take as soon as they can, how quickly someone like Eddie Jack gets it and what he does with it, because that's probably a sign of the maturity that he's got to be playing.
Well, I'm certainly
this
it's going to
level.
be interesting to see if Sonny Baker gets the new ball or how soon he bowls, because he bowled with genuine pace yesterday, and I mean that obviously was a very interesting phase of play, leading up, of course, to the injury to Wesley.
Jack again bowls, and on the leg sides flick through onto but straight to the fielder that's fielding at a more conventional square leg, and that's gone straight through to Nick Gubbins, who's fielded there. Good over so far, apart from the wide from Jack. It's been runless so far. Yeah, Sonny Baker. I mean, was that an anomaly, that ball that popped up?
Not well. He had been getting some genuine bounce with the new ball, and there have been a couple of deliveries in a row to Wesley.
Last ball Jack and bowls, and it's just placed into that cover ring that's behind the batter on the offside, where it's fielded by Joe Weatherly for no run. That's the end of Jack's 10th over of this innings, and Essex at 235 for 3 now.
Yeah, I mean the delivery before, it was just a question of Wesley's thinking about what's the ball going to do, and it looked like a little bit of uncertainty. In the very next delivery, it was pretty much a length ball, and it got up. Nothing wrong with the pitch, just got up and wrapped Wesley nastily on the right glove. Initially, we thought it was just going to be a routine spray and maybe sort of a bit of a painkiller, but soon became apparent that it was more serious than that.
Well, there was a delayed reaction, wasn't there? Because I watched it on the Hampshire live feed, which you can do, as well as listening to us on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio Essex. And yeah, then it came as quite a surprise then I was listening to you guys, and then what happened
suddenly? I
subsequently?
think I said it's looking more serious than it was, and
Yeah.
he started to be escorted off. But yeah, so it's going to be Dawson who probably is going to take the bowling from this northern end up until the new ball. His first ball that he bowls is driven through a gap at mid-off. There's a deep mid-off, and that allows the single. So Critley 103. Had a lot of that yesterday, taking the single to the deep mid-off. And it does allow the Essex batters to rotate the strike. As this next delivery, has just reached for that a little bit as Allison, and just gets it past the bowler and rolls up as far as cover, and there is no run.
They're obviously
Nick Gubbins there.
obviously expecting Allison to go after Dawson here with the way that they posted Cody Ysef.
Might be. I think the thinking might be get to a new ball and beyond it without taking undue risks, as they can bat most of the day here. Allison just plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no one. They don't really want to give this away. They're looking to bat once and long. And I think that the ideal scenario would be to probably get Hampshire into the field post tee, and then have a good hour plus, maybe an hour and a half in the latter part of the day as Dawson bowls. Has played defensively, head over the ball, rolls up towards a short mid-on.
Yeah, you would expect that Cody Ysef is posted down here at deep long off just to try and tempt Allison into a false shot.
Joe Weatherly almost standing next to the non-striker in that position, as this one is lofted away. He has gone for the first aggressive shot against Dawson, and he's hit it very well indeed for 4 runs away to the long-on boundary. Did good use of the feet there. You were thinking he might go after him, and I think he's been sizing up the ball to go for. He's not taking any risks against Dawson, but that one with good use of the feet, Allison's gone down the pitch and he's lofted it away. Although the mid-on was slightly deep, Kyle Abbott, he's cleared the field. It has bounced before hitting the boundary at this end, and he goes to 74, 240 for 3.
Yeah, I was looking at Ben Brown's reaction then on the live feed, and I think they've set a plan here for Allison. For the shot that he's just played was a lofted drive on the onside, but if he's miscuing that up in the air, Cody Ysef is perfectly placed to take that.
They've probably got the mid-on, the mid-off is back to long off, and the long on is back from deep mid on to right on the boundary, both of them. That does of course allow the singles, which I'm sure Critley and Allison will be discussing, the singles to be had down the ground on either side of the wicket. So we now got a slip, a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, a mid wicket, and then the long on, long off and fine leg on the boundary, and the short mid on. So it's really a mixed field here, some on the boundary and some in attacking positions. As Dawson bowls, this is flicked around the corner into a space at square leg, and there'll be a very comfortable ambled single. 241 for 3 is the score. Essex haven't lost a wicket this morning. It is overcast, the lights are on, the forecast is okay, and in fact suggesting we'll actually see some meaningful sunshine for the first time this season during the afternoon. I think the best day for weather remains Easter Monday, and in fact the temperatures are going to increase between these rounds of fixtures, which is a little bit annoying. Tuesday and Wednesday look to be beautiful days.
Wednesday's 21 degrees or something, isn't it?
And then as we get into the next round of games, a little bit more iffy. Not too bad, I don't think, but potential of some rain interruptions. 241 for 3.
As Eddie Jack continues from the pavilion end, bowling to Charlie Allison. In he comes now, bowls, and it's just short, and Allison rocks onto the back foot and drops it into Jake Lehman, who's in a sort of a short mid-wicket position. Yeah, it's interesting, the weather, isn't it? It's really windy, which suggests that it's going to be a very changeable kind of day. But as you say, the clouds are high. People are walking around dressed in about 85 layers and woolly hats, but there's no signs of any umbrellas, which I suppose is the main bit.
There's a bit of sunfall. I think the cloud will break in the afternoon. But yeah, there is certainly a forecast for 40 mile an hour this evening.
Which will assist Eddie Jack as he comes in bowls, and it's short and it's tucked into the leg side by Charlie Allison, where it's fielded, and the batsman just leisurely trot through for a single, bringing Matt Critley on to strike here at the Hilton Hotel end for the first time against Eddie Jack this morning.
That 40-mile-an-hour wind is basically sort of like the far end of the storm system that's going to hit the north of England tonight. Well, I suspect
Storm Dave,
wind speeds will be a lot higher.
You'd like to be a storm namer, wouldn't you? Storm Dave's excellent as Eddie Jack comes in, again bowls, and it's short again, and this time it's just ducked comfortably by Matt Critley. The umpire signals 1 for the over, so Eddie Jack now knows that he can't bowl another short ball without getting penalised. Yeah, storm naming, it's a niche profession, you would say, wouldn't you, Nick? I mean,
absolutely.
Not sure how. I know it's sequential as far as alphabets are concerned, but do you think if you got to D and you knew there was a storm coming, Dave is probably not high on your list? But anyway, Jack comes in again, bowls, and it is short, and it's just nicely played here by Matt Critley down to the fielder, who is positioned at third man, and they scamper through for a single, no dramas. Ben May is the anticipation down there.
A game we didn't mention yesterday because it started late and we finished early, but Glamorgan back in the top flight, playing Yorkshire at Cardiff. Yesterday they were 28 for 4 at one point, and now 123 for 4. And Colin Ingram 49 and Ben Kellaway 51 are the two that have repaired things for Glamorgan in the first game back. And of course Essex will not see them until the autumn, last game of the season.
Jack in again, bowls, and it's full and it's driven quite pleasantly by Charlie Allison, but Eddie Jack fields in his follow through for no run. The ball's picked up by Jake Lehman, who seems to be the designated ball wiperer, I suppose that's the correct term, as for the man who has got the towel attached to him that keeps the ball clean and shiny. Nick, what other scores have you got for us?
Yeah, Surrey 328. That was an interesting innings because they were at one point about 60 odd for 6, and there was a huge partnership between Laws and Folkes, who got 100. And then at the end, the wickets fell in a clatter again.
Jack again, bowls short and pulled beautifully by by Charlie Allison. Sorry, there's no need to run for that. It's fielded well by one of the ground staff. That's gone for 4. End of the over. Critley on 104, Allison on 80, Essex 247 for 3 off 75.
Yes, Folkes made 128, Laws made 83. That was the big partnership. Sean Abbott weighed in with 40, and then a clatter of wickets fell at the end. 328 all out, and Warwickshire 35 for no wicket. Warwickshire, the side unfancied by the bookmakers, but I think could surprise a few people this year.
But quite fancied by you from my listening.
Yeah,
yesterday.
to be honest, as I say, you've got to identify one side who might do better than people expect. Certainly, if you look at what the odds are, Essex are quite well fancied actually.
Yeah.
And I expect them to do well, but Warwickshire, Essex have got to go to Edgbaston, and it's not a happy hunting ground. They're prone to collapses there. If they can get a result there, that would be great. I think Essex have got this tough start to the season, 3 games away from home, plus Somerset at Chelmsford in the first 4 games. If they can get 2 wins and a couple of draws, I mean, that would be a great start. Anything better than that would be absolute dreamland.
And the Ben Folkes for England brigade will be shouting loudly.
Well, yes. Fine player, former Essex of course.
Yep.
Short bit off in. Orthodox cover goes back to deep cover. So we've got a short mid off, an extra cover, a deep cover on the boundary, a backward point, a slip, mid wicket, a mid on, a long off, and a fine leg. And here's Dawson bowling, and that's driven up by Critley towards Gubbins, who's in that extra cover, almost straight cover position. So a deep cover on the boundary and a long off and a fine leg on the boundary. So a mixed field of attack and defence, as this is driven firmly and taken on the bounce by Dawson in his 16th over, none for 40, pretty much typical figures for Liam Dawson. Critley on 104, his 13th first class century. Allison 80, Stand 180. Dawson bowls again, and this time it's played by Critley with a swish of the bat, nice looking drive, but can't get it past that cover fielder. It's Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, they've got to thread it through that offside very accurately with the way that Ben Brown's got his 2 fielders positioned there.
And this is played defensively back down the pitch by Critley. Leicestershire are 40 for 2 in replies to Durham's 361, and Somerset 323 for 7 against Notts at Taunton. Craig Overton is 41 not out there, and they'll be pretty pleased with that against the champions. 108 from Tom Abel, 323 for 7 the Somersetters. That's a good delivery from Dawson and a play and a miss there from Critley. It's a useful delivery. 104 to Critley. Short cover and a slip in. Short mid off. Actually more of a short extra cover now, gone a bit wider as that's played defensively. Pushed into a gap where the cover would have been, because there's now a deep cover and there's a single. So the two batters making use of the gaps here pretty well. Allison 80, Critley 105, 248 for 3, and welcome back to Kevin.
Thank you very much, Nick. So 40 minutes of play this morning, and Hampshire feigning to dislodge Matt Critley and Charlie Allison. Essex slowly but surely getting themselves into a wonderful position here. Now I must just mention, because those of you that are on the ground will probably have noticed two men running round and round and round the barn. It's now actually just one, and that one person is Rob Pfeiffer, who's the supporter services manager here at Hampshire Cricket, and he is in training. Because in 3 weeks' time he's running the London Marathon, would you believe? Here's Eddie Jack bowling to Critley, and that's a good bit of fielding at backward a point by Joe Weatherly. No run. He's running round and round the stadium. He's actually doing 19 miles this morning. I don't know how many laps that is, but I've been watching him, and he's done a few already. So yeah, he's running it. He's got a fundraising page via Just Giving. You can search Rob Pfeiffer, that's Pfeifer. He's going to come up and chat to us a bit later on actually about it after lunch. So yeah, so there you go. So if you see this rather
sweaty,
yes, that's the word. That's a short delivery through to Ben Brown, doing all these laps, and he's round by the scoreboard on the west side of the ground at the moment. There was two of them, but obviously one's dropped out.
Pace setter.
Yes.
Pace setter's given up the pace.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. I'm sure one or two on the ground will be looking and say, what is he doing? What are they doing? That's exactly what they're doing.
I didn't notice him. I just wondered if it was cold.
Well, that's another way of keeping warm. Not worse. Yeah, the cheap way of keeping warm.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Eddie Jack looks like he's coming round the wicket. Doesn't often do it, actually, Eddie Jack, but he's going to try it anyway. Just manoeuvring the field. There are 3 men out deep on the leg side, 2 of them behind square, and he's just moving.
Setting the plan, you'd think?
Well, I think there's going to be a couple of short deliveries. I think we can safely say that. That Critley, I'm sure, is more than aware of what may be coming. So here's Jack then around the wicket. Length ball, and it's wrapped him on the thigh pad. It's going for 4. I think that's going... No, it's off the bat. That's a good-looking shot. It's gone very quickly down to fine leg.
I suspect that wasn't part of the plan. I think, unless of course he's setting him up for something shorter to come. That's 250 up for Essex in the middle of the 76th over. Good effort by them. They've certainly settled in, these two. You know, not given anything away from yesterday's effort, where they came in when Essex won. You know, they were in a bit of trouble. Let's say 82, I think it was, for 3 at the time, and Wesley with his injury issues and all the furore around the substitute. Can he bat, can't he bat? But they've done really well, these two.
Certainly have. Here's Eddie Jack again from the pavilion end. Length ball straight at this time. Critley works that 2 points. Got an email here from Richard Simmons, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. On the subject of the substitution rules. He says, thank you for the explanation over the new rules. Why can't Noah Thane bowl? Well, Wesley sort of bowls, but doesn't do a lot of bowling, and it has to be like for like. That's the rule. Richard says that he's not just a pure batter, that's right, but then Wesley's an off spinner, isn't he?
Yeah.
Part-time. That is pulled away, and it's pulled away hard along the ground. It's gone down behind square.
Not short enough. I was going to say this when Nick was on, but I think it's right that Noah Thane should bat, on the basis that Wesley didn't complete his innings, and so therefore why should Essex be penalised by one batter short because of injury. So therefore I think that it's right that the batter should essentially continue the innings that were started.
Jack Bowles, that's pulled away hard by Critley in the air, could be caught at deep mid-wicket, and he's gone.
Plans worked.
Straight down the fielder's throat, and Allison goes for 80, and the partnership has finally been broken. Hampshire picked up their first wicket this morning. Eddie Jack picks up his first wicket, and Essex are 253 for 4.
It wasn't quite, I think, where they expected the wicket to come from, but the short ball theory was something that they were definitely signposting to Charlie Allison, who's gone for 80, caught by Tom Prest at mid-wicking off the bowling of Eddie Jack. Eddie Jack's first wicket of the season, in fact, and he bowled a short ball. Didn't get up probably as high as was expected. Older ball, pitches had some wear and tear, even though it's only on day 2, and that's a good breakthrough for Hampshire, and a warm round of applause, deservedly so, for young Charlie Allison as he comes in to take the applause of his teammates. And coming down the steps now from the pavilion is the Essex wicketkeeper Michael Pepper, averaging in the mid-30s for Essex, so he is looking to continue the start that these two batters had given Essex this morning, Critley and Allison. It'd be interesting to see what approach, Kev, that Hampshire take to him at the start.
Well, it's not long till the second new ball, so he's if he lasts the next 2 or 3 overs or so, then he's got a little bit of work to do. That partnership finally broken, 186 for the fourth wicket.
Good effort. Not much movement, is there?
Not with this ball.
No.
no. This as often happens around the country, once the ball gets a little soft, even with overcast conditions, there isn't a lot going on.
Yeah, it's too cold, I guess.
It's all about the new ball.
Yeah, anything.
That's when you need to make your inroads. So they do have a new batter walking out to the crease, as you say, Michael Pepper, another one of the. This is a good lineup that Essex have.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And Michael Pepper is just another example.
Looking forward to seeing the bowl a bit later. Maybe that will be, as Nick suggested, after tea this morning. But it is Hampshire that will continue, obviously. It's Liam Dawson who's going to be bowling from the hotel end to Matt Critley bowls, and Critley on the back foot and just drops it into the leg side, where a scampering fielder comes round and picks it up. Sonny Baker that was, and back to Dawson for no run. Critley remains on 110, the score 253 for 4. Dawson in again, bowls, and this time a more aggressive shot from Critley and a great diving stop at one of the fielders positioned at that shortish offside area. Nick Gubbins it was. There's Weatherly's a bit straighter, Gubbins is a bit wider. That's in the sort of the extra cover kind of region, as Dawson in. Slightly shorter back foot, and that just trickles down to Carl Abbott, who is at mid-on care. This is good bowling from Dawson. He's bowled 16 and a bit overs, 0 for 41, economy of 2.5. He's definitely keeping some control here for Hampshire.
That's his job. I do think, was it just 2 or 3 overs ago when he got one past the outside edge?
Yeah.
Critley may just have straightened, but that's the only thing
that's happened
for him, nothing else.
Dawson just prepares himself. Critley just backs away, waiting for Dawson to get the grip right, get the ball positioned as he wants it to come out. Flighted, and on the front foot goes Matt Critley, and Joe Weatherly just picks it up on the offside no run, 253 for 4. Have I mentioned my podcast to you, Kev?
Do you know what? I was just thinking you haven't, and you promised to mention it.
I was going to.
You are a podcaster.
I am, yeah. I do a podcast called Close of Play with Geraint Jones, as Dawson comes in bowl, shorter, and Joe Weatherly just picks it up and flings it back to Dawson. I brought it up because apart from just generally plugging myself, there was some relevancy, because we were talking about spinners who held an end up the other day. We were talking about Ashley Giles, we were talking about Shoaib Bashir and a few other, and we're just wondering who the England spinner for the summer is going to be, and obviously Liam Dawson was the main candidate that came out, and it is him that bowls now. It's flighted, and Critley just leans beautifully onto the front foot, very orthodox, pushes it into the offside, no run. Maiden over that from Liam Dawson. He's bowled 17 over, second maiden 0 for 41 at the end of that over. Essex at 253 for 4.
So you're even filming yourself right now, commentating.
I am, yes. Hello to me. Yes, exactly. And that's for a bit of training, I think, more than anything else. But you might see it on some social media if anything was any good. But yeah, we were talking about spinners and holding an end up, and we were talking about Dawson, and Jonesy was saying about Ashley Giles and the role that he played in that 05 Ashes, which helped Michael Vaughan rotate the quicks at the other end. And I was suggesting, well, I actually asked him the question as to whether today's batters treat spinners in the same way that spinners were treated 20 odd years ago, with the way that T20 cricket has made batters more aggressive. So someone like a Liam Dawson, who's got great figures but holds an end up, is he the sort of spinner that international batters are going to treat with respect?
Is Eddie Jack from the pavilion end, bowls, and that's flicked away square on the leg side by Pepper, no run. Well, I mean, you just take this game and these conditions, his job is just to hold an end up. If he picks up a wicket or two, that's a bonus. International level? Different ball game. It is.
Yeah, different pitches, just great conditions, different quality of players. It must be very difficult as a spinner nowadays in international cricket to understand or to be different, to offer something different to your captain that isn't just holding an end up. And I'm not saying just in a derogatory way, but just is that what spinners nowadays are going to do?
Eddie Jack in again. It's got just the one slip, although it's fairly wide of Ben Brown. That's pushed into the gap in front of square. Quick single. Pepper is off the mark, 254 for 4. Do you think he's got a chance this international season?
I think he's the main guy. I think that unless they continue the Will Jacks experiment, let's see, because I think that's the role, isn't it? It's bat 8, be the spinner. So if that is the case, who can do it? James Coles, I think, will come into play down at Sussex. I heard there was some rumour, I think, that Hampshire were looking at bringing him here.
Here's Jack. That's a length ball. He's round the wicket to Critley once more.
Yeah, so James Coles, I think, coming to play, especially after his auction windfall at the 100. And so I think Shoaib Bashir, I mean, I think he's got to start well. I think in my view, I think there are realistically only 2 positions up for grabs at the England. It's top of the order and the spinner. I think Jamie Smith will start as the wicket keeper, even though Ben Foakes did so well yesterday and today.
Short ball. And Critley gets rather low. Ducking that one. Almost goes off balance. We'll have to wait to see what Shoaib Bashir does for Derbyshire, because they're batting at the moment. They've racked up 455 for 5 against Worcestershire in their Division 2 game. Martin Anderson, who was the man that made the move from Middlesex a couple of years ago, I think. 171 not out in that game.
Wow.
Here's Jack, another short delivery which is pulled down to fine leg. Critley moves on to 111 now, and Essex on to 255 for 4, having lost just the 1 wicket this morning, starting at 219 for 3. We started just a couple of minutes late, owing to the cover just hanging around, really, just in case there was the odd spot of rain. Charlie Allison going after just about 45 minutes of play this morning, out for 80. Hooking a Eddie Jack short ball straight down to Tom Prest at deep mid wicket. He hardly had to move.
He didn't have to move at all, no. Comfortable height as well. As you say, Kev, the new ball is going to play a major part. It's not slightly brighter outside now, so I think this new ball can't come quick enough. There's an over left after this one before Ben Brown is able to take it, and that's got to be the way that Hampshire are going to look to take wickets.
It's got a short leg in as well for Pepper. That's another short delivery. That's quick from Eddie Jack. Pepper just swaying and keeping outside of the line of that one. 255 for 4. We've had 79 overs, which means the second new ball is due after this next over.
What do you think Russell Domingo is going to bring to Hampshire this year?
Well, yeah, that's an interesting one. I think there's no doubt about it. The guys loved Adie and he did a great job. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Absolutely superb head coach. I think Russell Domingo is similar in some ways. I haven't had a lot of dealings with him yet. I've spoken to him on several occasions, but it's still early days. But I think he might. I think he's got a little bit of a job on his hands, hasn't he? He's got to bring through some youngsters. I think he has changed things around a little bit. I mean, certainly the team looks different.
Dawson again bowls, and this time Critley just pushes that for a single down to Cody Ysef, who's fielding a deep long off.
We've got a different opening partnership in Weatherly and Gubbins. And there's obviously the young bowlers to look after as well. I mean, there's some tough decisions. No Fletcher Middleton in this squad. No Ali Orr in this squad. They didn't even make the 13. Toby Albert left out of the final 11. So clearly some big decisions have already been made. I think he might be a little tougher.
Right,
I think, reading between the lines and just garnering what one or two people are saying. But I think essentially he's a good bloke. Yeah, definitely.
And what do you think? So expectations just stay up, or is there more than that, do you think? We'll answer that in a second as Dawson approaches the crease and just slightly on the leg side, and Pepper just tucks it into a mid-wicket area for no run.
This is only my view. I think staying up is in the 4-day stuff. Staying up is a job done. Transitioning in Division 1 is not easy.
Right. Okay.
Which is what Hampshire are doing.
Dawson again. This time again on the leg side of the peel, but it looks leg sidey. No real interest from Dawson. Most of it came from behind the stumps, which is when you're fielding at leg slip and appealing for LBW is not a great look, it's got to be said. So the umpire doesn't really care about that.
Transitioning in Division 2 much easier.
Right.
You can give youngsters a bit more time. You've got no time for the youngsters in Division 1. If you want to stay in Division 1, you can't give them too much time.
Right.
They've got to come through quickly. Dawson again. Just covered up by Pepper, no run. Yeah, is there a significant difference between Div 1 and Div 2? Well, I think so. I mean, I'm lucky with Hampshire; they haven't been in Division 2 for quite a while. But I think just the fact that the pressure is there in Division 1 to stay in Division 1. So can you keep bloody youngsters?
Yeah.
Division 2, you're in Division 2.
Yeah, true. Dawson. Just stump to stump here for Dawson, just keeping that control. His economy rate is excellent, 2.4 off 17.5 overs. Final ball of his over and the final ball of this ball. Ben Brown will be itching to take the new ball. Let's see what Dawson can do with the last one. Flights it up and an aggressive shot from Pepper, but that's a tumbling stop by Ben Mays. Did they run through for single? They did. That's the end of that over. 257 for 4. Critley 112. Pepper on 2.
Email here from Graham McDowell, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, did you find out what the sets of white lines on the pitch either side of the umpire are for?
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, well, if I'm honest, I haven't asked the question direct. It's one of many questions I always forget to ask. I do ask a few questions, but there's lots I forget, and that's one of them. I think Nick came up with a good one yesterday, that they're there for the umpire.
Oh yeah, I heard that. But then we got very confused, didn't you, with the scorer saying that the red lines do something else, and I'm with you. I can't see any red lines.
No, it's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Really, there's too much going on, if I'm honest.
Exactly.
I can't concentrate on all that.
Golfer. Do you think it's the same guy?
Who?
Graham McDowell. Wasn't he on the European tour?
I don't know. If you'd like to email again and just clarify that one. Yeah. My money is on that he's not. Okay. But that's not to say. I've not heard that he's into cricket. No, and also the next thing's going to be, he's thinking, how many people say that? I'm not the same guy. Okay.
Another thing that we spoke about, Garen and I, and that was mentioned number 2, was about the differences between Division 1 and Division 2, and I asked the question whether the England captain should be playing in Division 2. And there's a number of Durham players, Potts, Cass, who are in and around the England squad, and they're playing in Division 2. What are your thoughts on England only picking from Division 1.
Well, if you accept that Division 1 is a better standard than Division 2,
it's a loaded question.
Yeah. But, you know, there are plenty of people around that say, well, that's actually not the case, or there are some good players in Division 2. Well, there are, of course, there are some good players in Division 2. Is this me?
It is.
It is, and it's Kyle Abbott with the second new ball, and immediately he's right on the money as Pepper plays that out on the offside. When Division 1 and Division 2 split around the turn of the century, there was a bit of a migration from players from Division 2 to Division 1 teams. I certainly think that the standard of bowling and the depth of bowling is a lot better in Division 1. Here's Abbott, worked to mid-wicket by Pepper. I think if you just take the division as a whole, the depth and the standard is a lot higher bowling-wise. You know, well, Jimmy Anderson is in Division 2, still taking wickets, I see, for Lancashire yesterday. But if you draw down the whole list, so it's got to be a tougher cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd think so. Yeah, I mean that was my thinking behind it. Is that you've got, if you pick from the higher division.
Yeah. Here's Abbott. Thick outside edge as Pepper pushes forward. It goes in the vacant gap between the slip and the gully. It won't make it all the way to third man. Certainly not the boundary. They will pick up 2. Pepper doubles his score. Essex move on to 259 for 4. They'll be quite happy with the first hour, even though they've lost Allison for 80. Critley is still there. And they've advanced from 219. So quick maths make it, what, 40?
Yes, I
in
reckon
the
we
hours
could go
play.
with that. Yeah, it's very quick. Yeah.
It's slow progress.
I can see the long. Subscription, whatever that word is, on your pad from here.
Well, I'm glad actually it was as easy a calculation as that, because otherwise I think I might just have struggled. Here's Abbott again. 3 slips wait. Ball just nips away a fraction from Pepper. That's a good leave. Yeah, so there will be some questions asked here of the first few overs, as the ball is nice and hard and shiny.
It's certainly a more attacking field. They've only got one, the fielder Cody Ysef down at fine leg, who's not inside what would be the circle if it existed in 4-day cricket.
Abbott again runs towards us. Pepper is forward. Ball trickles up towards mid-on. So and just following on from that, because I know you're leaving us in the ball.
I am, yes.
That it looks like McCullum and Key look like they have either been forced or have come out and said that they might look at county cricket a little bit more than they have, and that may just give a little bit of encouragement, a bit more encouragement to a lot of players, especially Division 1 players, maybe the odd Division 2 player as well, as that's pushed up towards mid-off. That's the end of the hour.
Well, it's certainly a pivotal season for county cricket, let's put it that way. We can discuss a bit more next time I am on, and I'll hand over to Nick.
Thank you. When is it not an important season for county cricket? Stephen Clark has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, glad to see that the partnership was finally broken. Hopefully the new ball will produce what we need to keep us in the game. I'm excited to watch Ben Mays and Jake Lehman make their Hampshire Championship debuts. That will be an early indication of the prospects for this season. I may be totally wrong, but I thought I heard a vague whisper that Ali Orr may have picked up a niggle in the pre-season friendly at Sussex. I could be totally wrong. I've not heard that, Stephen, so I will check that. But as far as other people being left out of the final 11, I've heard that they are all fit and available. Nick Gledhill.
Yeah, hello Kevin. It's going to be Cody Ysef. I do think we will see Sonny Baker. I'm sure he's out there. I think I saw him a little while ago, just checking to make sure he's out there. I'm sure we'll see him with a relatively new ball. But Cody Ysef bowled pretty well with the new ball yesterday, and let's see how he goes. And first one up, actually, but a little bit of uncertainty by Critley. He's reaching for it just a touch, and it goes up into the covers. So we've got 2 slips. There's a justification, I think, for a third. A mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. There's a third man, a deep square leg, and a fine leg on the boundary. So that wicket going at a good time for Hampshire. with a new batter for the new ball. Allison might be a touch frustrated of a dismissal, as this one's too wide of the off stump to interest Critley in a shot. Yeah, it was a fairly short ball, wasn't it? And he sort of picked the man out. And I think you feel a touch frustrated because he'd done the hard work getting in again this morning. Charlie Allison batted very well in the innings, but might feel it was a slightly soft dismissal in reflection. But it was certainly a fine effort from him and a very good partnership. So here's Ysef again from the northern end, straight approach bowls, and a little deflection here from Matt Critley, sends it away down to the third man. The third man is quite wide, so has to run almost in front of the hover cover, with 5 of the ground staff at the moment sitting on it, waiting to see if there's going to be any more drizzle. He collects a single, and it does mean that Ysef has got the new batter Pepper to have a bowl at. The wicket falling at 2:53. It means that the partnership broken at 186, I think it was in the end, and hence my research on Charles Russell. Well, almost goes for naught, but we were looking at the partnership record. In fact, the fact is that Essex got to 300 with that pair. That is when the partnership would have been equalled. As this is played off the back foot, good looking shot here by Pepper. It's going away for possibly 3 out towards the boundary. It should be stopped just inside the rope. No, I thought that was going to be stopped, but it was running out of steam, but the fielder couldn't quite get to it. And in the end, he'll get the maximum. So 8 to Pepper. Nice forcing shot of the back foot. A hint of brightness around now, a little bit better. The weather and the forecast is good for the afternoon. Pepper 8, Critley 113, 264 for 4, with Thane presumably to come in next.
More batting. Just what Essex need. That was a good shot, actually. He kept on top of the bounce well. I thought that bounced a little more.
Yeah, it was well played. Was running out of steam. I thought it was going to be cut off, but the outfield, even with the rain, a touch quicker than thought. That's a good delivery, and that's all gone, I think, into the right hand of second slip and gone to ground. I think the fielder got a hand to it there. That's Weatherly, and it'd be interesting to see whether that's got to him on the full. It was dying on him. It was away to his right, and Pepper gets a single and goes to 9.
Yeah, difficult to tell whether it's actually carried there. I'm not sure. Are we going to get a replay here? We are.
Yeah. It looked like it certainly
What's just out of camera shot,
touched his right hand. It would have been a very, very good one-handed grab. It was dying on him. Pepper did well to sort of keep it close to ground, and here is Critley playing away nicely, square into the offside to collect another single. He goes to 114, Pepper 9. Maybe a little bit of a reprieve there. It was a good ball from Ysef, who I thought was at his best with the new ball yesterday. Just getting that little bit of movement. And it's going to be Kyle Abbott to bowl, and Kyle Abbott came in at number 16 on the Daily Telegraph's list of the 30 outstanding county cricketers of this century. I think no one would argue with Kyle's place in that list, and we'll have a look at the Essex and Hampshire names on that list, and maybe discuss the absentees going back to the year 2000, the best county players since then, the players that have made the most impact in county cricket, basically. And we'll also let you know what the top 5 are, but we'll do that in the next few minutes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just watch that again on the replay. Very difficult because the ball just disappears out of camera shot. I think even if it did carry, it would have been an amazing catch. I think you put it down to a half chance at best. Slight misdrive there from Critley as the ball goes off the inside half of the bat, but it still managed to find its way to the rope in front of square on the leg side. Critley moves on to 118, start of a new over from Kyle Abbott.
That 151 high score is within sight, and yeah, Critley back in, got to his 13th career century, and looking in very good touch indeed. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch with things from an Essex perspective. And I'll probably mention Charles Russell because he was going to lose one of his 2 Essex against Hampshire partnership records, but he hasn't now.
Abbott's in. Critley's beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery.
And he's one of the big names in Essex cricket. He was sharing the previous record for that wicket for Essex against Hampshire, which, as I say, the pair would have reached had they still been together with 300 on the board. But he was the cricketer who has the highest test batting average of all Essex batters who've played for England.
Oh, higher than Gooch.
Yeah, but less tests, obviously.
Yeah. Abbott in. It's a drive up to mid-off by Critley.
Yeah, Charles Russell, otherwise known as AC Jack Russell, 10 tests between 1920 and 1923, scored 910 runs at an average of 56.87, and that's the highest test batting average for an Essex player. I think Graham Gooch's average is over 50, but that one takes a lot of beating, something over 55, but he keeps his record.
Abbott in again. Forward defensive from Critley. It wonders why he didn't play any more tests, averaging.
He was on the tour of Australia in 1920-21, which Australia won. I think they won 5-0. And his highlight of his career was actually a tour of South Africa, where he made, in the test in Durban, he made 140 out of a total of 281 in the first innings, and 111 out of 241 in the second innings. That's courtesy of the Essex Cricket Society, a fabulous stat.
Abbott again. It's worked into the covers by Critley.
So that research hasn't gone to nothing, but it's yeah, he has the first wicket record. He shares the first wicket record against Hampshire, and he still shares the fourth wicket record against Hampshire. Actually, most of those are names very much from the past. Cook and Wesley's second wicket record is the exception. I think that's still the highest partnership against Hampshire.
Abbott. It's worked up to mid-on this time by Critley. No run. Ends of Abbott's over. Just 4 runs off it. Abbott now has 20 overs, 2 for 43. Essex at 274, having started the day 219 for 3.
So Essex and Hampshire players on that list of the Telegraph's 30 outstanding county cricketers of this century. Shane Warne at number 30. Ooh. Obviously his impact was over a fairly brief period of time, but it was obviously very significant. And Mohammed Abbas at 28. Sandwiched between them, one Rob Key at number 29. I wonder if Rob Key would be where he would be on the list of the best managing directors of all time. But that's another matter, isn't it? I think if he can just learn the lesson of making sure that the hierarchy are more in touch with the county game, I think he's going to do himself a lot of good there. Yeah. But Jamie Porter at 21 and James Foster at 20. I think no one would argue with those two. James Foster, who peaked as a batsman well after his test career in the early 2000s, which was unfortunate, because if he'd been as good as a batter as he was in the late noughties as he was at the start of that decade, he would have probably made more of his test career. But I think universally regarded as one of the great county wicket keepers, you know, one of in the top 3, you know, for this century, certainly around the counties. And Jamie Porter certainly deserving number 21. Kyle Abbott there at 16. Stuart Law at 15. You know, did play for Lancashire, but I think he's best remembered for his Essex career, which was absolutely outstanding. And interesting, Jake Lehman's dad, Darren, it's in the list as well. Simon Harmer at number 6. Don't think anyone would argue with that. One of the great overseas signings. And the top 5 we'll have a look at and see what your thinking is. I'm quite happy with the number 1. I think it's actually a pretty solid looking top 5, but numbers 5 and 4 I think are probably interchangeable depending on who you support, because you've got Marcus Trescothick at 5 and Ryan Sidebottom at 4. It's hard to choose between a batter and a bowler, but I can argue with those two being the other way around. I think in the West Country they'd probably argue that.
Gosh,
270 for 4. It's going to be Cody Ysef with 3 slips, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And he comes in to bowl, and that's just been played off the back foot by Pepper, up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Now, Mark Rampakash really is number 3 really is quite remarkable, because his county career was over 20 years. First for Middlesex and then for Surrey in this decade. And his county average of 66 is phenomenal in this decade, and it's streets ahead of everybody else. So I think Mark Rampakash at 3. I'll get you to think about the number 2, because it's going to be Ysef to bowl, and this is played away off the back foot. There's going to be a single there to Pepper. So the number 2 is a bowler, well, actually an all-rounder, but as a bowler, he had Australians in WhatsApp groups saying, watch out when you're playing county cricket, this guy might get you out. Can you think who that might be? He was known for his slow mediums at this time of year and getting the ball just to move around a little bit and cause problems. Not too far away from Hampshire to the east. Any thoughts, Sanjay? I'll give you a clue of the county, it's Kent. It's Darren Stevens.
Oh, Darren Stevens.
That's driven away, back down the pitch and no run. Apparently, yes, they had Australian overseas players are saying, watch out for this guy. He's going to, if this time of year in particular, he'll get you out. And the great thing, of course, about Darren Stevens, when Kent tried to get rid of him, he got a double 100 and a run of ball, and I think he got 5 wickets or something in the match. Great character. Such a, Rob Key as well, but Darren Stevens, what a, what a great servant of Kent cricket. What a long career, and you could pick holes with argument as a number 2, but then you look back at what he did, and it's quite fantastic. As this next delivery from Ysef is played up into the covers. Now I have no problem with the number 1. We'll get your view. It was only over a short period, but in his 5 seasons, Surrey won 3 championships in the noughties. Obviously, they had players like Murray Goodwin to back up with the bat, but this spin bowler for Sussex made a huge impact.
Sussex?
Yes, overseas spin bowler.
Oh, Mushtaq Ahmed.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got no problem with him being number 1.
Wow.
The impact he made for Sussex, 3 championships. Ysef bowls, and that's driven away into the offside. And I think he was a leading wicket taker each season that he was there, and he was averaging about 90 wickets a season, I think. A phenomenal record, and Sussex, who went from nowhere to being the power in the land, and you could argue in a way when he left they sort of went back gradually to where they are now, yeah, interesting list, isn't it? It's open to debate. I think James Vince deserves to be in the 30. He's not. I don't know if you think there's any other big Hampshire absentees, but it's always interesting when you see these sorts of lists, isn't it?
I mean, a lot of these things are subjective.
They are. Ysef bowls, that's clipped away for into the open spaces, probably for 2 actually, because it's a long chase round the mid-wicket boundary, and the second run can't be prevented. So that was a good bit of placement as much as anything else there to get the couple of runs, and Pepper 10 with Critley down 120. So it's Critley who's got the 2 there. Pepper has a strike, 273 for 4. Yeah, he made an incredible impact, and you think about when these less fashionable counties suddenly hit that winning streak. Leicestershire in the late 90s, Worcestershire in the late 80s, and Sussex in the noughties, propelled by Mushtaq Ahmed. But fascinating list. I think James Vince unlucky not to be in there, but Jamie Porter, Simon Harmer, and certainly we had James Foster in there. Stuart Law, all good inclusions.
How about start of a new over? The 85th of the Essex innings. That's flicked away off the leg stump behind square on the leg side by Pepper. Should pick up 2. Moves on to 12, 275 for 4. So 2 things on that. One is, I think it's very easy to forget impact players made when we're talking of a different decade. You know what I mean? It's very easy to remember the last decade. And
absolutely.
What have you. So yeah, I'd forgotten maybe how Mushtaq Ahmed had influenced so much around what Sussex did. The second one, just remind us the criteria of that list.
I think it was basically the Telegraph writers sort of pulled together.
Okay, all right. So there's no
No.
scientific way. That's outside the off stump. Good carry through to Ben Brown. So again, you could pull 6 different people or 4 different people together, and you'd come up with a.
Yeah. It's not one person's opinion, which I think is important.
But it's
just interesting. I think it's a good one of those things you get in the press, in the lead up to a season, that is always just a reminder that the season is around the corner, and particularly it's about county cricket, which I thought was good.
Darren Stevens, I think, for me that's the standout name in that top 3. Is it? Did you say top 3? Good leave outside the off stump once more, because. You can ask, because you're right. He's no pace. He's the sort of pace that you face in club cricket, and it's the pace that you don't really expect to face in first class cricket, and that's what does for a lot of players, because he bowled so straight and he actually wobbled the ball. As a batter, I know what it's like. As a batter, when you see that sort of pace in county cricket, which you don't see very often. You kind of think of it as an affront. Oh, that's nipped back. It's almost caught the inside edge as he's trying to drive on the up there, Pepper. Good take from Ben Brown. That it's almost like you consider it an affront that a bowler of that pace is bowling at you in first-class cricket. So you do play it differently. You do try and hit on the up, and you do try and maybe be a little bit more free than you would do perhaps when another bowler is bowling. And that's where he got you.
Yeah.
Because he, as I say, he did bowl straight. He wasn't, when he hit you on the pad, it wasn't going over the top of the stumps. Here's Abbott. That's another good leave. That's a good lot in that Abbott is bowling there. And it was, when he did bowl you those balls just short of a length, and you went to drive on the up, invariably it just swung a fraction. And so you were playing shots at him that you shouldn't really be playing.
And Ramprakash really was amazingly consistent, wasn't he? He was an absolute run machine.
Yeah. So, yeah, an interesting one. And that's what gave, apart from his batting, because he was very skillful as a batter, Dale Stevens, of course.
Yeah.
That's what gave him his longevity with his bowling as well, because people would just take liberties with him, thinking you should be bowling that at me. That's turned away on the leg side for a single. He was a better bowler than that, of course. 276 for 4. Nick Gledhill is staying on, and he will be joined by our Winchester-based cricket podcaster. He's plugged it once. I'm sure he'll be plugging it again twice, apparently. Sanjay Murthy.
Well, we are but a warm-up act here today, because, of course, probably the main event in these parts is this evening. Southampton against Arsenal in the FA Cup quarter-final. I'm sure that there'll be some Arsenal fans setting off now, but that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? With Southampton with their terrific unbeaten record.
Yeah, they're in some great form, aren't they? Which is
fascinating.
Not the way they started the season.
No,
still.
a bit worrying from a Southampton point of view.
Exactly.
I'm pleased that Sonny Baker is going to get an early go with the new ball. That's surely the right thing. Ysef, for the say, did okay. A couple of useful deliveries, but Sonny Baker with that new ball, they were clearly saving him for the new ball. He hasn't bowled today, I don't believe, has he? It's going to be interesting to see how this goes now. He's got Pepper to bowl to on 13. Pepper will probably be thinking, I don't want anything that jumps at me from a length. But he's got a ball that is only 5 overs old, and he bowled with genuine pace and hostility yesterday, actually from the other end. He's now bowling from the northern end with 2 slips and 4 saving 1. He's up to the wicket, he bowls, and that one actually just bounced a little bit, and Pepper will get a single. I think he controlled that pretty well, but it came away off the open face down towards third man, but he had to react pretty quickly to it.
Is there a call, do you think, for Ben Brown to be looking at someone short on the offside or the leg side, really, as a short leg or a silly point? Because, yeah, you called it, Nick, just before Sonny Baker started his run-up, and that's what happened to Tom Wesley. But the ball is rearing up off a length from Sonny Baker, and it seems to be either end that he's bowling from.
Here's Baker again, up to the wicket, he bowls, and that's a good length delivery which sees Critley coming forward and playing head over the ball up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Somerset, 347 all out, fell away a little bit at the end. Dylan Pennington, 5 for 65, so that's a score, I think, that keeps the game nicely balanced at Taunton. And Warwickshire 78 without loss in reply to Surrey's 328. That pitch, reading the report yesterday evening, is expected to get better for batting, and this is probably Warwickshire's chance to try and bat past Surrey in that game. Surrey and Warwickshire and Somerset all to be faced by Essex this month as Baker bowls, and that's pulled away, a swivel pull, good looking shot actually down towards deep square leg, deep mid wicket, having to run round, and they get a comfortable single. A little bit of a partnership taking shape here.
What do you make of What do you make of the way that the county championship structured this year?
Well, it's interesting. Thankfully, we're not going to have this debate. Although Sam Cook will be, I know, disappointed because he was very much against the retention of the current system. I think there was, reason for change, but obviously the issue is, as Baker bowls, and this is played back down the pitch and there's no run. Unless you run cricket like a elective dictatorship, eventually you're just going to have to try and compromise and compromise and compromise until you get a decision which everyone can agree to. So for example, the setup with the T20 this year doesn't make an awful lot of sense, to be honest. You're playing two random sides in the old, plus the old south, west and north groups. But the problem is you've got to keep all the counties involved, and that's the thinking there. Baker bowls, that's a delivery short, and it goes over the head of Pepper. So that they're keeping basically the format, just losing 2 games from the T20, but I'd rather have something a little bit more dynamic where you play your 10 games in the regional groups, and then the top 12 go into a Super 12, and the first place sides play the 2 other fourth place sides, home and away, second and third, so 1 home, 1 away game each, and then the top 4 go through either to, you will go to finals day, or you could play home semi-finals. But the problem with that is 6 counties will be knocked out, and the ECB do not like counties being knocked out of competitions because of revenue. Well, the counties don't like it. That's more to the point, not the ECB. That's played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, so that those county chairs will be worried that they will get knocked out, and you know, they won't have any. They could sort of make up games just to fill the gap, but they won't be involved to the extent that the others will. So what would have been perhaps a better format we didn't get. The championship, at the end of that over, 278 for Critley, 121, Pepper 14. I only saw one suggestion that I thought made sense. The one that they came up with at the end, which was voted down, I thought there was a problem with when the 100's going to be played. This is the one where you had the 3 extra games at the end, where you'd be at home, it'd be completely at random, where you'd have 2 home games, which would be critical advantage, as the Italians found out in the week. But I'll leave the next ball with you.
It's Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Critley, who just pushes it into the offside, where it's fielded at a short point, or backward a point, by Jake Lehman. Yeah, I quite like the way they blocked it out, though. I like the block. So you're starting and finishing a tournament, apart from the county championship, obviously, at the same time. As opposed to last year, there were bits of this, bits of that. Players probably didn't.
The problem with the thing they came up with at the end was that if you've got an early 100 like last year, I can't see how it works, because you've got what, 6 championship rounds, or 5 championship rounds after mid-August.
But bowls and a nice-looking drive that's fielded, a sprawling little stop to cover there, but Pepper runs through. Critley, runs through for a single to take him on to 122.
Because no one would know where they're playing. You play 2 of those games, and then suddenly you've got these extra 3 games with 3 days' notice, and you've got to get pitches prepared and all that sort of thing. So, to be honest, the only format that I liked was, it's very topical because the Scottish Premier League is about to do exactly this when they have that split. I think they're virtually at that stage now in the SPL. I liked that one.
Abbott in bowls, and this is outside the off stump, and a nice looking shot off the back foot by Pepper. Lehman does give it a bit of a chase, but there's absolutely no need as the ball goes for 4, and Pepper moves on to 18.
Well, that was a lovely shot, wasn't it? He's a high class performer, a very good season last year, Michael Pepper, after really finding it a struggle after making his mark with the red ball in that game at Durham a few years ago, then couldn't get another significant red ball score. Suddenly came good, I think, towards the end of a 24 season, and capitalised in 25. And of course a very key part of the Essex white ball T20 setup as well. In fact, probably the key part.
Abbott bowls, and this is a tighter line from Abbott, stump to stump. The last couple of balls he'd given both the batters, Critley and Pepper, a bit of room outside the off stump to express themselves, but this time he's a lot tighter, and Pepper just pays him the respect and puts it back to him for no run.
The only idea that I liked was the 13-game SPL split idea, where you play, you'd actually have a T20 a bit later, but if it's going to be a shorter T20, it doesn't matter, but you'd play the 9 games.
Abbott in bowls, and it's short, and he just, Pepper on off his hip, just tucks it behind square. They come through for 1, and then come through what in the end is a comfortable second. Pepper moves on to 20, and Essex 284 for 4.
So you play your 9 First Division games, with each side having a break in the middle. So it would go up to about 10th of June, something like that. everyone playing each other once, and then the top 5 split away and play each other again, either side of the 100. It depends when the 100 is, but it doesn't matter when the 100 is, because if, like last year, it's early, you play the 5 games in a row, or 5 rounds in a row after the 100, or if the 100 is late, then you have 2 rounds before the 100 and the other 3 after. So the top 5 play each other, again, bottom 5 play each other.
But again, Critley does great drive through the offside. There's no need to run for that. The ball finds the boundary rope now. That's been a good over for Essex. Critley moves on to 126. Essex to 88 for 4.
Oh, he's played 2 terrific shots in that over, hasn't he? Looking very good, Michael Pepper, and has gone quickly to 19 from 31. So why I like that was because, okay, someone doesn't play in the final round, but it's got logic to it in the fact it isn't impacted by other things like the 100. You've got the top 5 competing for the championship. You've got the bottom 5 trying to avoid relegation. It's 13 games. You only lose 1 game. I quite like that, but to be honest, they didn't. So, and nobody else could agree on anything.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know what you fancy.
Well, what I do fancy is a scoreboard being right, because it's got the wrong stars against the wrong batsmen. So hence getting my Peppers and my Critley confused.
Yeah. Here's the first ball of a new over, and this is clipped away very nicely away towards a deep square leg for a single, and Michael Pepper and Matt Critley forging a good partnership here after that wicket went down. That single to Critley takes him to 123. It leaves Pepper on strike with 24. But did you have anything that you liked that you heard last year? That was the one I liked, but did you hear any ideas or any plans? I know a lot of people would like something a lot more severe and far fewer games than 13, but the counties obviously won't agree to that. I'll leave it. Let's Baker to bowl this next ball with 2 slips waiting. That's played nicely, head over the ball by Pepper up into the onside to mid-wicket. I
think ultimately anything that gives county championship cricket the reverence it's due is a good thing. And I think in the last few years, whereas the 100 has sort of become the revenue, especially leading up to the investment by the overseas companies and individuals, that the county championship has been shunted around the other 2 formats of the game. I think this year, coinciding probably with what happened at the Ashes, it's been given due reverence, and trying to get everything in is probably quite difficult.
As Baker comes up to the wicket and bowls, that's a good delivery. It's an appeal for WW. Now, he took a hand off the bat there, Michael Pepper. Not quite sure whether it hit glove first, but it certainly, that one did bounce up at him. Don't think he's going to need any treatment, but certainly I think that one did give him a rap, and Critley's gone down to have a chat with him. 290 for 4. Yeah,
he's dangerous. He's a dangerous customer, Sonny Baker. He's got the pace. He's got a sort of skinny action, but occasionally one does pop up. I think both batters this morning who are at the crease at the moment have found that, and obviously Tom Wesley saw that yesterday. So he's got to be treated carefully, Sonny Baker.
There is one other possible scenario in future seasons, and this is head over the ball and played up towards mid-wicket. If the 100 doesn't expand in terms of teams, with Indian male players coming in, which will be the case, of course, with the franchise system which has taken over ownership, there's already signs that the championship, that the 50-over competition during the 100 is a lot stronger than it was a couple of years ago. Now, there's a feeling that you could actually play championship cricket now during the 100, and if you were to do that, then that does a lot more in terms of bringing spinners into the game, and that might be a way forward in the future. As Baker bowls, and this is driven away into the covers, and there's no run. Now, you could say that what will happen is that the rich sides, like Surrey, will find red ball specialists who could come in for those games while their other players are away, but maybe teams with less money would struggle to do that. But I think is a live prospect, getting championship cricket during the 100, and therefore being able to play a higher quality, maybe shorter 50-over competition early season when all but the IPL players will be available. So and perhaps going back to a Lord's final in mid-June or something like that. But that's the other thing that might be a way forward. As Baker comes in to bowl, nice delivery, and it's beaten Pepper outside the offside. What a good contest in that over between the two. It really was. And Pepper 24, Critley 123. Just seeing that last ball again, definitely beat him. It was on the forward push, but not too far away from the outside edge. But it's a really good contest. Abbott and Baker, the two greatest threats against these two batters who are trying to see it through till lunch. 290 for 4. The only player to be dismissed during the session was Charlie Allison, who played a pull shot and possibly regretted it. It was a slightly soft dismissal from a short ball from Eddie Jack, and he was caught by Tom Prest at deep mid wicket for 80.
Yeah, they'd set that up a little bit though, with fielders posted deep on the leg side. He'd gone round the wicket, Eddie Jack to Charlie Allison, and the ball maybe came onto him a little bit slower than he thought, because he's pulled it in front and square to the fielder Tom Prest, who didn't have to move at all. It's a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Cody Ysef is taking over from Carl Abbott. Ysef's not taken the wicket yet in his first 20 overs as he bowls, and this time Critley pushes it into the leg side in between the fielder at mid-on and at mid-wicket for a single. He moves on to 124, Hampshire 291 for 4. I wonder though, I don't know what you think, we're going to have to assume that the 100 here is here to stay for the foreseeable
whether it
future.
becomes a T20 competition, of course, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
It might do. Then you've got a problem of two separate T20 competitions.
Which is what I think will happen to the 100 as Ysef comes in now, bowls, and a little flash outside the off stump there from Pepper, but no foot movement at all, but no danger either as Ben Brown takes the ball.
That was a really good ball from Cody Ysef, who I thought was pretty good with the new ball yesterday, and just lost his way a bit as the ball got older. Actually came back quite well towards the end yesterday, and that was a really good delivery. Looking at the replay, got a bit of bounce there.
Yeah, because there's no shape, there's no real movement off the pitch so far.
I think give him conditions that will suit his bowling style. I think he could do well.
As he approaches again, and this time's a bit shorter, and Pepper just covers up and the ball trickles through for no run. Yes, I think the 100 will become a 20 over competition, and the T20 blast as it is now, well, does it become a feeder competition to it, or does it just not exist in years to come? But I think the one that's in real danger internationally is 50 over cricket.
We just had New Zealand and South Africa playing each other in the T20 series. I thought, why bother? I mean, why have any bilateral T20 straight in the year after a World Cup?
Yeah, exactly. Pepper just pushes out on the offside and slightly in the air, but there's no one short there, so no real danger either. He goes through for a single. Essex 292 for 4. Yeah, I agree.
And it's down to money, of course.
Yeah.
It's right at the end of the New Zealand season. They did pretty well with the weather, actually. But I think either you're going to have a situation where after you play the World Cup in one format, you then just play the other one leading up to the World Cup. But otherwise, it could be under threat, and or it potentially could be reduced to 45 or 40 overs or something like that to make it sort of more manageable for television.
Ysef in again, and this time Critley plays a good looking and solid shot for no run, which is fielded at mid on by Liam Dawson, who's positioned there. 292 for 4. See,
having the associate countries in the T20, a lot of them actually work quite well because shorter the format, perhaps more even the contest, and a lot of them acquitted each other themselves pretty well. Didn't Nepal give England a bit of a
They did,
scare?
Yeah, they did. You mentioned Stuart Law, the
Italians,
Nepal.
were not too bad at all, and of course the rugby side then duly beat England.
Last ball over from Ysef, and Critley, a little indecision by the two batters, but no real danger there because it wasn't picked up cleanly by the Hampshire fielders. He gets through for a single. Critley 293 for 4.
I was fascinated by Michael Vaughan's comments because I'd sort of worked this out for myself and thought, will they do it? The South Africa West Indies group match, which is South Africa had chosen to lose narrowly, would have left India in a hopeless position. Yes. Absolutely hopeless, with South Africa playing Zimbabwe in their last match.
Yeah.
And it's perhaps a truism of these tournaments, you get rid of the most dangerous side, because South Africa would have been fine. They would have just controlled that, West Indies through with 2 wins, beat Zimbabwe. India's run rate hopeless because of the hammering by South Africa in the earlier match. Yeah. But that was fast. Michael Vaughan made that point.
Did he?
And but they didn't do it.
It's unlike him to be contrarian.
It was very, very interesting. As Baker comes up to the wicket and bowls, and that's just played away up into the covers, and there's no run. There's Critley, who's batted through the morning on 125, his 13th first-class century. And Charlie Allison, as I say, batted a long time with him in a fine partnership, and that's the only wicket of the morning. It came when the score was at 253, so they've added 40 since then, and I think they'll be looking to bat beyond tea. I don't think they want to bat into tomorrow. I think they need to have an hour or so at Hampshire tonight, and they'll be hoping that they can extend the innings if they can just get through to lunch with these two together. As Baker bowls, and that's the delivery on the pads of Critley. He's a bit suspicious of it, whether it's going to bounce up at him, but he just plays it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 293 for 4.
What sort of a score do you think Essex will be targeting here?
450, maybe, yeah, 450 plus. Obviously, depends on who's at the crease as to whether, if Pepper's at the crease, for example, Critley as well, to be honest, if these two were to bat well into the afternoon, they'll certainly up the scoring rate as the ball gets older. But I think 450 might be a target figure. As Baker bowls, it's played defensively, head over the ball, good looking shot from Critley. One thing to bear in mind is, although we were the only game that seemed to be affected by the light yesterday in Division 1, you're not going to play much beyond 6:15, 6:30 at this time of year, because the light is going to be as it is in early September.
Yeah.
So that'll be something that, although technically there are 81 overs left today, we're surely not going to see those.
And they set a precedent yesterday, didn't they, with going off with the light as it was. So I assume that that's the levels that they can't get below. And that was at 5:40 yesterday.
Yes, this next delivery is just clipped away out towards deep square leg by Critley for a single. It goes to 126 with that.
They seem to be more circumspect against Sonny Baker here, playing the ball later under their noses, both the batters, as opposed to when they played Cody Ysef or Kyle Abbott to an extent. And I wonder that's his extra pace, or maybe it's just that uncertainty of the bounce that he's shown, even though he is skiddy. There's a couple, as we said before, that has lifted up.
Going to be Baker just do one score. In fact, it's 2 balls left of this over, I think, as he bowls it outside the off stump and left alone. Leicestershire 122 for 3 in reply to Sussex's 361. Jake Weatherald has 71 of those from 87 balls, and Rehan Ahmed has just come to the crease, so he's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on this season. Rehan Ahmed's just batting now for them.
So we'll. I was just thinking about this before I came on. I think we're going on till 1:10 weren't we, today? Making up some extra overs. So about half an hour before lunch, or half an hour till lunch, as Baker comes in, final ball of this over, runs away from us, and that's turned away from fairly straight by Pepper. Out to deep square leg. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. And, or was it Critley? It was Critley, wasn't it? 126 for him, 26 for Pepper. No, it was Pepper that hit that one. 295 for 4. Sanjay Murthy is staying with us.
Yeah, scoreboard's been confusing me as it just did with you, Kev. It seems to be getting its Peppers and its Critley's the wrong way round at times. But there you go. There's a little drinks break taking place at the moment. That was called for by Matt Critley, and the players have just got an opportunity to convene. What do you think about the scheduling? Do you like it? I mean, they are trying things to get all competitions in blocks, I guess, this year.
It's a tough one, isn't it, really? A lot of people don't want less championship matches. I think we've got 1 less T20 game this year, haven't we? 2 less T20 games.
So it's Cody Ysef then in, and he bowls, and Pepper just covers up and no run.
I think the simple fact is that it's not a long enough season to get all the cricket in, isn't it? We just
probably
haven't got the weather window.
Competitions as well.
Well, one too many competitions. What in regards what? Which one?
Well, I think you've got the 100, you've got the T20, you've got the 50 over, and you've got the 4-day championship cricket. Something getting all of those in is quite a tough thing, I would think, in the short window weather that we have in this country. As Ysef from the pavilion end bowls, and Pepper on the back foot. Nice looking punch, but a tumbling stop at cover for no run. Essex remain 295 for 4.
I think there's a big improvement for this year, because what we don't have this year is back-to-back T20s. I think that was the biggest pain for a lot of people, players mainly. You know, I know a lot of people say, well, it's only 3 hours, you know, whatever, but it's 3 hours of intense. It's intense, both physically and mentally.
Pepper on 26 facing up to Cody Ysef, bowls and just covers up, no run.
I think it's pretty good this year.
Yeah, I think so as well. I like it. I like the blocking of things. You're starting the T20 competition and finishing it in the same block, as opposed to being split, and players and I guess everybody else not knowing where they are with the way that it's been scheduled. And you can get into a tournament, can't you?
Yeah.
And then the county championships, I think, even though some people are moaning that it's a big block of county championship games at the end, it could provide a great climax as Ysef again bowls, and Pepper nicks it. Is a big appeal, sorry, LBW, but it's outside the off stump, I think, and nothing certainly from the umpire. Ysef's all the way down. It was nearly his first championship wicket for Hampshire.
That's close, isn't it?
It is close, yeah, but I think it's outside the off stump. We're going to find out when the replay comes on, but there's a conference in the middle between the two batters. Pepper, here we go, let's have a look. No, they're not going to show it. Well, anyway,
it crashed yesterday. I have a feeling it's going to crash, or has crashed today. I was told last night.
Well, there you are. I see it's technology for us. We'll go back to the live action with Ysef, the 5th ball of his over, in bowls and outside the off stump, and this time Pepper just covers up and pushes it to the fielder at the cover area, which is Nick Gubbins, no run. Essex 295 for 4. Yeah, I think 50 overs in danger. I think that's the feeling I get. If you look at the way that the ICC want to grow the game internationally, T20 is the way to go, and I think that World Cup that we just had, Nick and I were talking about, with teams like Nepal and Italy doing so well, it gives them that fillip to do it, as Ysef again bowls, and it's a bouncer and not really troubling Pepper or anybody else. End of that over, a maiden from Cody Ysef, an LBW shout. He's bowled 23 overs, 0 for 83. Essex 29544.
Well, Jason Cole, who's emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, says, hearing the debate about teams not missing out on games, we're talking about that earlier, I wonder if a format where you have regional groups and then 2 super groups, 10 in one and 8 in another. Sounds like the championship. 6 teams qualify for quarterfinals from top group, but just 2 teams qualify from the repechage group, and their quarterfinal is away. That would mean there would be relevant matches for all the counties at the league stage.
Oh, there you are. You see,
is he talking about what, 50 over there?
I think he might be even talking about the T20.
Or the T20. Here's Baker. It's worked down to 3rd man by Critley. He moves on to 127. It's been slow but assured progress by Matt Critley this morning. He was 97 on out overnight.
Yeah, he's looked very solid, as these two. Pepper also, he was slow at the beginning, watching the ball, but certainly has given Critley some great support in their stand at the moment. Essex approaching the 300 mark. Started off today at 219 for 3, so they've scored nearly 80 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Baker runs away from us, Miles, to Pepper.
Pepper
gets on it. Yeah, it does keep low. Stabs down on that one, goes back to Baker. Now, we've been talking lots, of course, about Tom Wesley's situation and the substitution situation. Noah Thane is a like-for-like player. Stephen Clark points out, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, he says, after that hard chance in the slips, Joe Weatherly instantly left the field and appeared to indicate a wrist issue. Scott Curry is still on the field in his place after quite a while. Are we on the verge of setting another unfortunate record of having both teams invoking injury subs? I'll try and keep across that one for you. That's a nice drive through the covers. That was a bit wide from Sonny Baker, and Pepper has launched into that one and picked himself up a boundary. 300 up for Essex.
Full and wide from Sonny Baker there has given Pepper a great opportunity to take Essex to 300. I went to a little round table thing the other day up at Winchester, and Joe Weatherly was there talking about his wrist. He's got 18 screws in that wrist. So I think getting hit on the wrist, it may be more for somebody like Joe Weatherly who's got that injury, that existing injury, than maybe somebody else.
Right, well, we'll keep across that one over lunchtime. We'll try and, because obviously that will affect things moving forward when Hampshire come to reply to this Essex total.
So what does that mean then for the substitution rule? Because presumably a batter's got to come in, an opening batter at that.
Well, a batter.
A batter. And who?
Well, there's
Toby Albert, is he the...
could be Toby Albert. He was in the squad of 13.
Yeah.
Assuming we get to that stage. Baker bowls. Straighter out to the pad. That looks close. That's how it says the umpire. Was there a slight inside edge on that one?
Because it looked pretty adjacent, didn't it?
His feet didn't go anywhere. Let's just watch this again. Looks like there is a replay for this one.
Leg
Going
side.
down, yeah, it might just have gone down a fraction. Looked like it just jagged back a bit.
He's looking threatening, Sonny Baker.
Yeah.
Is he deceptively quick?
Fortunately, I've never faced him. I think what he's developed from last summer to this summer is just a little bit more control.
Okay.
I think he's got the raw pace. We've seen that in this game already. As Tom Wesley's already found out to his cost, as that's pushed out into the covers. Another good leg ball from Sonny Baker. I just feel that he's got a little bit more control with his bowling this year. It's early days, of course. We've only had a day and a bit to watch him from last summer, but yeah, I just detect there's some more control there.
What do you think England is going to take from the Hampshire side this year? He's got to be one of them.
Well, yeah, well, he's on their radar, isn't he? Is he on a rookie contract or something? No, not rookie. What is it? Increment or something?
Yeah,
I don't know.
sure.
I need to check that out. I need to check that. Actually. But he's definitely in there. Thoughts, as is Eddie Jack.
Yeah.
That's worked behind square on the offside. Pepper moves on to 31, 301 for 4. The bonus point situation is Essex have 2 now. To Hampshire's 1. Yeah, I mean, this is the trouble, isn't it? That if you're young, fast bowlers, and don't forget there's Tom Turner lurking around,
Yeah.
although I understand he's injured. He was on England's...
Scott Curry.
Scott Curry been around. So, whilst we're all looking for these guys to develop into the next generation of Hampshire bowlers that will propel them hopefully back up the league, then at the same time England are in the background and may come in the foreground when these guys develop and actually become more than useful for England point of view.
It's Cody Ysef to continue from the pavilion end. He bowls and Pepper just on the back foot covers up for no run. Essex remain 3-1-4. I mean, that's the is it juxtaposition, the word I'm looking for, where you develop a young team that come together, they're competing, but then England come along and say I'll have you and you, and kind of the work you've done has been decimated. Instead, you're going to love my next comment. On the podcast this week, we spoke about that very subject.
If you don't gain another 50 or 100 listeners, I'll be very surprised.
Ysef in again, and it's off the back foot, and he mistimes it. Pepper this time, so no run, 3-1 for 4. Close of play with Sanjay Murthy and Geraint Jones. What is the role of county cricket? Is it to produce England players, or is it to produce players that can bring the crowds back to grounds and keep the local community engaged in a local product? And I think that's one of those things where it isn't as clear as maybe it could be. We're going to find out Kev's thoughts on that after Cody Ysef, who runs through the crease this time as umpire signals a dead ball there. Missed his run up, I think.
Well, I think there's been a couple of articles written, just before the start of this season, where McCullum and Key have come out and said, well, actually, probably we should now look at county cricket a bit more. I think the feeling's been that they've just ignored it.
Yeah.
They've just dived in before counties have even had a chance to develop players, and they've said, we know better than you, we'll develop this guy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Cody Ysef, let's see if he gets through with it this time. He does. He bowls it short and it's pulled nicely by Pepper. There's a man stationed out there about 10 yards off the mid-wicket boundary, and he fields it safely in single to Michael Pepper. He moves on to 32. Essex 302 for 4.
The thing is, having done so badly at the Ashes, it's kind of exposed one or two things, isn't it?
Yeah, just picking on talent alone. If you look back in the day, players, the hard yards were in county cricket. They were honed professionals, weren't they? Whereas nowadays they're picking on raw talent and ability, and which is great. But if you don't have the game nous, if you like, that county cricket does give you, it's very difficult to compete at the highest level. As Ysef this time short, and it's just nicely played off the back foot by Critley. It just rolls down to Jake Lehman, who's positioned a third man for a single, and Essex move on to 303 for 3. That's the 50 partnership between Critley and Pepper. Pepper's contributed 32 of those runs, Critley 18. Again, batting well, Essex. And as Nick said, 450 odd is a score that they'll be targeting to try and get that in. You would say the rate they're going early in the afternoon session to put Hampshire in. Ysef in bowls, and this time Pepper just covers up. There's no run there. They remain 303 for 4.
Yeah, quick calculation. 84 runs scored this morning?
Yeah, there were 219 for 3, so yeah, 81, 84, yeah.
Yeah, which is coming up to 2 hours worth of play. I think to Hampshire's credit, they haven't allowed Essex to get away from them. But what Essex have done here is they've just batted solidly.
Yeah, they've nullified that new ball threat, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've consolidated the good work they did yesterday.
Last ball of Ysef's 23rd over. Oh, that's short. That's hit him on the pad. That's given. That's gone. That's the end of Michael Pepper for 32. Cody Ysef's first wicket in county championship cricket for Hampshire, and that's the breakthrough that they were looking for. Pepper's gone for 32. LBW Ysef. Essex 303 for 5 on the stroke of lunch. What a great time to get that wicket, Kev.
Yeah, and how nice that all the Hampshire players surrounded Cody Ysef and congratulated him. That did look out.
He did. Kept low.
Yeah,
There's
kept
a
a little
couple
low.
that kept low now.
Again, he was stuck on the crease. There's been a couple of close shouts over the last 15 minutes or so. I think we're going to get a replay here if you watch on the live picture feed. Yeah, he's stuck on the crease there. He's jagged back. And I don't think Pepper looks too disappointed with that decision. So second wicket of the morning for Hampshire. I think we are going on till 1:10 actually. So we've got about another 15 minutes or so worth of play. And if Hampshire can squeeze another one in here,
what do you think?
That will be a reasonable morning. They haven't allowed, as I say, they haven't allowed Essex to get away from them. But Essex are getting themselves into a pretty decent position here.
What do you think? That is it worrying for the Hampshire batters that the ball's keeping low from both ends, and bearing in mind this is a new ball that's only 13 overs old? If you were whoever's going to open the batting, Nick Gubbins and another, assuming Joe Weatherly, if the ball is keeping low, are they worried?
I just think this is the new ball. The new ball tends to accentuate. Yeah, Noah Thane is the new batter, who's the injury replacement for Tom Wesley. I just think you see a new ball just accentuate little things in the pitch. What I'm trying to say, I'm trying to think of the right word. I think as the ball gets softer, that you won't see that so much.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just the new ball. So we're still in that period, aren't we? We're 13 overs into the second new ball. You will get little inconsistencies, like maybe keeping it a little bit low, maybe bouncing a little bit, maybe doing a little bit. I mean, that's jagged back as well as keeping it a little low. I think as the ball gets softer, that won't be as obvious.
Right, okay.
Personally. So, yeah, so the new ball is as challenging as it always is. You've just got to get through it. Is it me or you?
Yes,
I can't
you.
remember. It is. It's Sonny Baker. It's full and asking for the LBW. Baker thought it may just have hit the pad before bat from Critley, although it actually did hit the pad. That obviously is going down, but again, that's quite close. He's coming across his stumps there a little bit, Critley.
Yeah, the Hampshire's starting to worry the consistency and the confidence that the Essex batters have had all the way through this morning. They batted very sensibly. Critley's been the mainstay of that. He's on 128 of 203 balls, but around him they've lost Charlie Allison this morning, and just recently Michael Pepper. So, as you said, Kev, if Hampshire can get just one more before lunch, which is in 12 minutes, I think they're going to think that it's been a good morning.
Baker with 3 slips, bowls to Thane. He's gone for the Yorker. Thane looked like he didn't pick it up initially. In the end, the ball was pushed off the mat to point, but just looked as though he just took his eye off it a fraction, not quite knowing where it was, out of the hand. 21 years old, Noah Thane, has a batting average of 22.
You think Ben Brown can be a bit more attacking here? He's got 3 slips and a fairly orthodox field in reality.
Might give him another Yorker here. Sonny Baker comes in again and bowls. It's a length ball. He thanks him behind that. Plays that nicely out into the covers. Initially left out of the squad, Noah Thane, and then yesterday learned that he was the injury replacement.
Yeah, it must be difficult. You know, you're not, once you get left out, there's that disappointment, isn't there, that you're not going to play, you're not expecting to play at all, and then there's an injury to Tom Wesley in this case, and you've got to prepare yourself. I assume he's straight into the nets, and he's he's getting himself ready, but mentally it must be quite difficult, you'd have thought, to do that.
It's fairly full, driven out to mid-off. Harry Shearman has emailed, who signs his email, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, as angry of Ongar.
Oh,
there we go.
sounds Essexy to me.
Yes, Ongar, yeah. Chipping Ongar and all that. It seems that the ECB, says Harry, and the ICC won't be happy until all cricket is T20 or 100 format at all UK test grounds. Speaking personally, I feel the 100 brings nothing to cricket. Well, it's brought in now £500 million,
yeah,
but apart
cash.
from that, the ECB are guilty of overseeing the demise of county cricket in this country, and as a life member at Essex, I want to see proper cricket played by counties and not made up of franchise outfits. Well, to be fair, the cricket you see at Chelmsford is all non-franchise cricket.
I think also that whether Angry from Ongar or anybody else likes it or not, the future of cricket as far as the commercial side is concerned is T20 cricket. Now, take the 100 out of it. I mean, there's other reasons why the 100 exists, which we don't need to go into.
Baker in again, bowls. Oh, that's bounced as well. He's had a little flick at that one as Noah Thane, trying to work that away on the offside. Good delivery, life out of this pitch for Sonny Baker. And he's completed 17 overs, 1 for 56. 304 for 5, and we are playing this extra 10 minutes to make up for the play lost yesterday.
Yeah, I think the ICC will see T20 as the way of growing the game, replicating a FIFA-style World Cup. I think the 50-over game is, not going to exist in a few years' time, freeing up more room for T20 competitions, and franchise cricket is the basis of that. But I think at an international level, it does allow more countries to be able to play the game without the huge infrastructural costs and whatever that 4-day cricket requires. It's Cody Ysef again for the pavilion there, and he bowls and it's got squares Critley up a little bit. The ball squirts out to the offside where it's fielded by Ben Mays. It's a single, and Critley moves on to 128, Essex 304 for 5.
There's so much talk about it, isn't there, really, and nobody's come up with a definitive answer. But I guess trying to put it into its most simplest form, if you see a future of Test cricket, then there's a future of 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
The two go hand in hand.
Well, see, if I were putting my sort of thoughts on paper and anyone was likely to read it, I would say, I'll tell you in a second, as Ysef in bowls, and it's straighter, and Noah Thane just pushed it back to the field at mid-on. Is that I think Test cricket will become the marquee series only, and I think will be the Ashes, Border Gavaskar, South Africa playing Australia, England, that sort of type of thing, and I think unfortunately New Zealand, Zimbabwe for example, which doesn't have any commercial appeal now, is unlikely to exist, and that frees up again more room for T20 cricket to be the way that cricket expands itself globally as Ysef comes in and again Noah just pushes it, squirts it really into the offside where it's fielded for no run. And cricket, it's where you got to know the history to create the future, and the history shows that it's lost it. If you look at how Test match was, what the grounds were like and what the crowds were like 40 years ago, to what they are now, they aren't anything like they were. And whilst we might romanticise about what it used to be like, it isn't like that now, and the commercial appeal supports that, and that's what the game depends on. Ysef again bowls and covered up by Noah Thane for no run, and broadcasters and sponsors rule the game more than anything else, and investors in a franchise sense. So whilst I understand that that's not what everybody likes or wants to hear, and I'm probably part of that crew, it is what the reality of the sport's going to be if it wants to survive in the future. Thus, that's the edict of cricket by Sanjay Murthy. There you go, you see. It's going to keep me off the airs for a long time. Okay. Hampshire, not Hampshire at all, Essex are 305 for 5 as Ysef in again bowls and then covers up quite nicely for no run. He is yet to get off the mark. Critley is on 129. We've got 6 minutes, what's that, an over you'd probably say, before the lunch break on what's been a good morning for Essex.
Yeah, certainly has. 2 wickets down themselves for that. Getting themselves into a situation where they should be getting 400 plus. And that will put Hampshire under massive pressure for the rest of the game.
Especially if Joe Weatherly doesn't come out to bat as Ysef in again bowls. And he's a sort of inside edge that really down to the fielder at fine leg. He had tried a drive, didn't move his feet, didn't get in any position at all to play that shot, and the ball squirts off the inside edge to Sonny Baker, who's down here fielding in front of us, but he does get off the mark. Noah Thane, the first ever, I believe, substitute fielder in county cricket. Essex 306 for 5 at the end of that over, and it will be Sonny Baker who will probably bowl the last over, Kev, before lunch.
Yeah, so those of you that have just joined us, we've got 5 minutes to go until lunch, making up for overs lost from yesterday, and Essex have progressed from 219 for 3 to 306 for 5. Noah Thane, the injury replacement for Tom Westley, is facing Sonny Baker. Thane is forward, and that's his second run since he's been out there. And Essex move on to 307 for 5. Matt Critley has taken his overnight total from 97 through to 129. He's been very watchful today. Hampshire have actually, on the whole, collectively bowled pretty well this morning, although the second new ball is into its 16th over. It has only brought 1 wicket, that of Pepper. LBW to Cody Ysef for 32, giving Ysef his first Hampshire wicket. As forward is Critley. There's a big gap out on the offside, so they jog through for a single. He moves on to 130. The first wicket today was after 45 minutes of play. Charlie Ellison, who moved from 60 overnight to 80, pulled a short ball from Eddie Jack straight down the throat of Tom Prest at deep mid-wicket, who was placed exactly for that shot, and he hardly had to move. But Allison, his demise signalled the end of a 186-run 4th wicket partnership between himself and Matt Critley. So a wicket for Eddie Jack, a wicket for Cody Ysef. Sonny Baker wicketless so far today, although has 1 to his name, comes in short delivery, and Thane ducks underneath.
I'm just looking to the oracle of Essex cricket to my right. Nick, what is Matt Critley's highest score? Do you know? 151. So he's only 21 runs off that, and the way he's batting so far, without wanting to put the mockers on him, he's got a very good chance of getting past that in the afternoon session here at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton.
Yeah. So headlines were made yesterday when Tom Westley became the first player, or Noah Thane became the first player to come on and be a direct injury replacement, like for like. Always played a missing outside the off stump there, Thane. That's a good and quick, pacey delivery there from Sonny Baker. And we're just trying to find out the situation with Joe Weatherly, because in attempting to take a catch of the slips, has gone off and has injured what we think is his hand or his wrist. And you were saying, Sanjay, that he's had
18 screws put in his wrist.
So it's clearly a problem. He's been off the field now for quite a while, and we will try and find out if well, let's hope the news is good, but if it's not so good, then he actually may become the second player to be victim. Well, not victim, that's the wrong word. But oh my word, that's an edge through and that's out. He's standing there, he's waiting for the umpire to give him out. Noah Thane doesn't look particularly happy. He's only now just turning around, going back to the pavilion. But there was a big deflection when he held his bat out there, outside off stump. Ben Brown took a good catch, running quite a long way to his right. We're going to look at this again because I can't believe it's moved off the scene that much. Here we go as we watch the replay, and oh my word, now he probably thinks that's come off his body, but that did pitch and straightened quite a lot. It kicked off the surface, and that's a really good delivery, whether it's hit the bat or whether it's hit part of his body. But Thane has to go, and Essex right on the stroke of lunch here as the players make their way back to the pavilion, have lost their 6th wicket with a score of 308.
Well, the speed at which it carried to the keeper, you would have thought that he did hit the bat, but Noah Thane looked very surprised when the umpire raised his finger and gave him out. But great stuff by Essex, 308 for 6. Critley 130 not out as the players to go off the field to take a well-deserved break. And Hampshire, I think, will be in the end quite happy with that session. 3 wickets that they've taken for what is it, 89 runs.
Yeah. So we're going to take a break. Rob Pfeiffer, the man I mentioned earlier, who's the customer services manager, who's in training for the London Marathon, he's still running around the bulb, and he's been doing that literally since the start of play, and he's still going. Well, he's going to be with us later on this afternoon. Join us again at what are we, about 10 to 2.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita. Yeah,
and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while. And I guess with all injuries, it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone, and we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice, it's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, just sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come, and then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, or the 2 Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the 2 physios, and I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that, and sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously, you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season, are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I had recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow up. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day, really, has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it. So it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the nets looking at us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had sidearmers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me it's just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you could want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and yeah, all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you? Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, just sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again. And so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come. And then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, the two Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the two physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that, and sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game? Yeah, that's the plan. I recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow up. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, it's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day, really, has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it. So it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the net picking us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had side armers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me is just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you could want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and yeah, all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like just sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like, walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come, and then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, or the two Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the two physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that. And sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content and
A very good afternoon from the... I sounded like Don Topley there for a minute. A very good afternoon from the Utilita Bowl, where we are just minutes away from getting underway. The evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match, the opening match of the season, between Hampshire and Essex. If I sound a little bit more excited for this evening session, it is because during those 20 minutes we've been off air, we've solved a couple of technical problems. One being, if you're on watching the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, which is also being beamed to the Essex Cricket website, you will see that not only are the pictures there, but also our commentary. Some of you might think actually we'll revert back to what we had. But anyway, it's all sorted. And we're also on the BBC Sport website and app, which is good news, and we've been on that for most of today. Your commentary team this evening, as was for earlier today, a little later you'll hear from cricket podcaster Sanjay Murthy, who also now is a very good technical engineer after helping me out with a couple of other bits. And we also had Dan from the club actually that sorted out the picture feed, so it's been we haven't just sat back and enjoyed tea during this 20 minutes. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, who's taken it all in his stride, from BBC Essex, Nick Gledhill. Nick.
Yeah, nice to be back, and nice to be back on the picture feed as well. And you weren't able to see what was going on, obviously, but I can say that Shane Snater was playing a bit more like Essex fans know he can, because he was fairly quiet last year. And of course, he mentioned earlier, he knows there's competition for places, and runs with a bat are going to be useful for him as well. So he's played well. And Simon Harmer, looking in good touch after that strong red ball 50 over campaign, of course, last year. Didn't have quite so much success in the championship, but he's been looking in good touch, and these two have taken it on since the dismissal of Matt Critley. So it really has been a pretty good session that after a fairly even first session.
Yeah, it's added 132 in that session, Nick, for the loss of Matt Critley.
So it's going to be Kyle Abbott to bowl. First ball is played away past the square leg umpire down towards deep square leg for a single to Snater. Now the question is, it's still very overcast. We see a little bit of sunshine, but not as much as we were thinking we were going to according to the forecast. The lights are on and beaming quite brightly. I think Essex will want an hour at Hampshire tonight, and they've got to therefore, if they're not bowled out, I think make a decision. I don't think Essex will want a situation where they've racked up 520 and Hampshire are 8 for no wicket after 4 overs, because I think they want to make some inroads into the Hampshire innings tonight, as that's played defensively up to mid-on. Would you not think?
Yeah,
Kevin?
agreed. Yeah,
because they want to move the game along. The weather forecast is pretty good for the next couple of days, but I think they will know that it won't be a great time for Hampshire to bat in perhaps fading light this evening. We went off about 20 to 6 last night. I think maybe, I had the figure of 450 earlier, they could go beyond that thanks to the enterprise of Snater and Harmer. Harmer's on strike, he plays defensively, but so actually so well timed. It was actually a defensive looking shot, but it's getting big enough to get him a couple of runs up towards long off. Be all timing that, no great force in it, but Harmer looking in very good touch with the bat, and as I say, it just further strengthens the Essex depth in that department. We'll wait and see whether Cody Ysef, coming at number 8 for Hampshire, will be able to match him. But Harmer very much looking the part. And 62 from 129 balls at a strike rate of 48. And he plays a nice forcing shot away into the covers, and there's no run. But I think that must be the Essex game plan. And if they get close to 500, great. But they will be aware of when play ended yesterday. And I'm sure they want to have a decent run out at Hampshire tonight and try and get a couple of wickets.
Yeah, it's a bit like last night, isn't it? What is there, 36 overs remaining in the day? I mean, surely we won't get all those. So it's a tricky time, isn't it, to work out what is worthwhile to have a bowl.
Yeah, and particularly if the overheads change tomorrow. That's another point, as this is just played away up towards cover and there's no run. We know this is a pretty flat pitch when the ball goes soft for the seamers. Don't think there's going to be a huge amount in it for the spinners. So obviously it depends on whether we get a change in the overheads. We've had the lights on throughout the game so far. Forecast has been dry as it forecast, but not the break of the clouds that was also anticipated and the sunny intervals. Well, there's been, I think, one very short sunny interval, and that was very short indeed. As this is played away into the offside by Harmer, and there's no run as it goes up to cover. So these two have batted very well, and there's been some good partnerships throughout. Critley, of course, Critley and Allison 186, and then Critley and Harmer, I think 92 to take it up to 400, and now another one of 43. So those are good partnerships, but Essex will be thinking about the game plan, and of course if Snater plays his natural game in particular, and Harmer can put bat to ball, then it may take them to whatever target they've got in mind fairly quickly.
Realistically, is this the last partnership that can sort of push it on for a prolonged period of time?
Yes, I mean, Sam Cook has actually probably developed a little bit as a batter over time, and I'm not going to say he's going to come in and play a captain's innings, now he's captain, but Jamie Porter is regarded more as the sort of player, if someone's in, you can rely on him very often just to stick around, but not necessarily contribute much himself, but still work in the team's cause by staying there.
Here's Dawson to Snater then. Dawson from the hotel end. Snater drives, goes past the diving Dawson, goes down towards deep mid-off, and they'll pick up a single. 444 for 7. Whatever happens from here on in, it is going to be an uphill battle for Hampshire. Certainly early on. Don't want to lose their wickets early on, whether that's tonight or tomorrow, because that will make the game, the second half of the game, even harder. Essex have all the cards. They hold all the cards right now. And a long batting lineup that we knew they possessed has proved itself in the very first innings of the season. They're going to be a hard side to bowl out, I think, Essex, during the course of the summer. Flicked away on the leg side by Harmer, moves on to 63. Make that 64.
Tomorrow is, forecast to be, the forecast hasn't quite worked out in terms of lighter skies, but actually a bit colder than today, but again with sunny intervals.
Colder than today?
Yes.
Ooh.
The warmth comes on Tuesday and Wednesday when it's too late.
Well, at least we can draw it away from the cricket. That's played out into the covers off the back foot, fielded by Jake Lehman.
Wednesday is being steadily upgraded. It's now 20 degrees on Wednesday.
Where are you next, you guys?
Home, and Don Topley will be doing the first couple of days of that one. Somerset at Chelmsford, an interesting one.
Pushed out towards extra cover. We're at Headingley, which might mean we might have more of the same of this.
Yes. I've got Headingley a lot later into the season in that block in September.
Yeah. Ooh, that might revert back to the cold weather again by then. Dawson in, round the wicket, bowls, and Harmer just works that through the vacant mid-on area. And that'll be another one to the total, 448 for 7.
Well, they're not just giving it away, these two. They clearly have not just come out blazing, but I'm sure must be in the Essex game plan to have a go at Hampshire tonight, and maybe get close to 500 if they can.
It's a long time in the field. I know we lost about 30 overs yesterday, but even so, that's close to 2 days in the field, and there'll be some heavy legs out there, that's for sure. And this cold weather, of course, doesn't help. Dawson bowls, flighted, driven, not timed, up to mid-on. This time Eddie Jack is up, saving the single, and that is a dot ball to finish that over. 447 for 7. Snater with 29 and Harmer with 65.
And Matt Critley's career best, 173 from 266 balls with 24s and a 6, and it beat his 151 around about this time of year, a couple of seasons ago, at Chelmsford against Kent. And so he's generally just becoming more and more reliable in his batting all-rounder role. And the one thing that Essex have lacked, really, of course, in recent seasons, a seam bowler that can bat in the top 6. Well, they've got that situation under control for the next few weeks. It'll be interesting to see how Vian Mulder goes with that aspect of his game a little bit later on. Batted nicely, but the innings was cut off before it could get going. A cracker of a ball from this man, Carl Abbott, who's coming in from the pavilion end. Bowls and driven away. It's a good looking shot, but straight to mid-on. Hampshire using perhaps the two bowlers who are going to be less or least likely to for the batters to get after, which is probably quite a sensible move. And there are still a few very hardy spectators up in the top tier of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion, and I reckon it must be quite chilly up there by now.
Yes.
It is a place, I've sat up there a few times, and it is a place that is actually a really nice place to go on a hot day.
Yeah.
You get the breeze if it's there, but when it gets cold, it
does.
is chilly. Here is a good drive, and on the bounce, Abbott will take that in his follow through. Hampshire have kept it fairly quiet since tea, 4:47 for 7.
Interesting, isn't it? Kyle Abbott is going to come out of this innings bowling close to, if not a few more than 30 overs, and that's a lot.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't like to emphasise his age, but he'll be 39 in the middle of the summer, and you think he's already getting through a few overs, very first game of the season.
Yeah, it depends on how the game pans out, but I suppose if we did get an interruption this evening, which meant we couldn't bowl most of these overs, this is driven, but again straight to mid-off, and no run for Harmer, 65. Then Essex would probably get into a position where if they did have a lead which would allow them to consider the follow-on, they'd be more likely to enforce it. But that would be something that I'm sure they'll be happy to consider, that possibility.
Yeah, it's in Essex's interest to play as much tonight as possible, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've still got 34 overs after this one, and this is driven away, and it goes past Scott Curry at mid-on, and that will go for 4. Thought he was going to just get across to that, but I think it might have gone underneath him as he dived across. And Essex have the 450, which might have been a bit of a target figure for them earlier on, and they've got power to add a few more. Been trying that drive in recent times and got it nicely off the middle there. Good punching drive down the ground, and partnership is worth 50, so another 50 stand in this innings. As Abbott bowls again, and this time just played away up towards mid-wicket by Harmer, who's 4 there, took him to 69. He stays there, and Snater on 29, who had a pretty quiet time with the bat last year, but he's a very good natural counter-attacker, and he's played in that role here without a huge amount of risk. There was one slightly fortuitous shot that I can remember, but it's been pretty good. As Abbott bowls, and that's played away just wide of mid-wicket, and they scamper through for a quick single. Harmer to 70. And see, we're just keeping an eye with very heavy clouds, looking really quite similar to yesterday evening. We've got the lights on brightly, we've got heavy cloud cover, and we finished yesterday evening. The umpires are having a chat. I don't think it'll be about the light at the moment, but very, very close to each other, certainly within almost as the brims of their hats touching there, having a confidential chat. But we had about another hour, I think, at this point yesterday before the light closed in.
Yeah. A couple of big partnerships. That big one, of course, the 186 between Allison and Critley has really set things up, but there's been a couple of decent partnerships since then as well, which has put Essex in this very, very strong position. I was just looking up, actually. Kyle Abbott at tea time yesterday had 2 for 20. He's now 2 for 76. So Dawson to continue. He's just about to start his 38th over. And there's been absolutely nothing for him in this pitch. It's just been about trying to contain as much as possible, cut away to cover, where I think that might be Jake Lehman still there. He looked very cold before tea, with that snood pulled up right over his face. I think he's still got it, actually. Harmer drives and hard down to mid-on, somehow finds the gap between Dawson and a very straight short mid-wicket. 453 for 7.
Yeah, Harmer with his knock here has exceeded his best score of last season in the championship already, which was 53.
Okay. Slater cuts away, finds extra cover. Yes, and those we'll remember. Was it a couple of seasons ago where T20 semi-final up at Esbjerson. I think he hit Ellis for a couple of boundaries, didn't he, to win a tight game?
That's right. There was a game at Hampshire on top in early on, if I remember.
That was horrible conditions as well, wasn't it? Slater goes for a big one over the top, and that, I think, is going to be a maximum. Yes, it is. The umpire signals. He's got gloves on. And that's a good strike there from Shane Slater, taking the Essex total on to 459 for 7. Clearly with mid-on up anyway, although Eddie Jack's now been pushed back on the rope. I think Slater would have been looking for that again, but both men are back. He might still go for it. I think he might fancy his chances that he'll clear those fielders. We'll have to wait and see. Here's Dawson, shorter. Slater pulls that away on the onside. There is a deep mid-wicket. 460 up now for Essex. Does feel as though they are now just starting to push it along.
Yeah, I'll have to do one more over after this and bring Sanjay back in. But Dawson, it's been a long stint. Has 38 overs, none for 98. Hasn't got the wicket yet.
So still the straight man on the drive. That's Ben Mays on the leg side, and just quietly tucked behind square on the offside end of the over. 460 for 7. You can have a break now if you want.
Yeah. I was going to mention this couple of scores. Warwickshire 298 for 2. So Dan Mousley 86 and Sam Haynes 74. They've just brought the 300 up. They're 26 behind Surrey with 8 wickets in hand. And if you like, the other big match in the round, in this first round of games, arguably, is the one at Taunton, where Notts are 158 for 3, 189 behind Somerset, and Joe Clark is 45 not out in that one.
Thank you very much, Nick. So I have to keep turning my mic off periodically because I've got a bit of a cold. I'm sure nobody wants to hear me sneeze and what have you down the mic. But sometimes I forget to turn it back on again. So, another partnership developing here, much to the frustration of Hampshire. Of course, they have a bit of a dilemma. They don't want to be bowling bowlers too much now. I don't think they'll be bowling too much more in the second innings, to be honest, Sanjay. But even so, it's still a heavy workload in the opening day and a bit of the season.
Yeah, well, they're sort of rotating their bowlers. Hampshire, Dawson's the steady at this Hilton Hotel end, but it is Eddie Jack who is taking over from Kyle Abbott at the pavilion end. Is it me or you? Me? Okay, well, I'll give it a run. And it is Jack who is running in. He bowls and it's full, and Snater just pushes it back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, Essex 460 for 7. Every partnership they seem to have had has delivered for them over, well, since Critley and Allison came in sometime yesterday, I think in pre-lunch or around lunch, and this one is bearing fruit as well. Snater's on 36, Harmer's on 71 as Jack comes in again and he bowls, and it's a little swish from Snater, and it just misses everything. Some arms thrown in the air. Brown takes a smart catch to his left, just drops down to one knee, and Snater just walks into the middle of the pitch and suspiciously prods the bit that he suspects might have caused him to play an injudicious shot, but there was no foot move and he just wafted the bat in, to be honest with you.
It just looks like Nick Backer fracture.
Yeah, it's like it did. Oh, we got picture feed, I forgot about
yes,
that.
We're back. Yes, we're back.
It's very exciting to see that as Jack comes in again, bowls, and on the leg side, Snater just turns it into the area on the leg side, and they just trot through for one. I thought it was going out to the snooded layman, but it wasn't. It wasn't hit that hard, and it just rolled into a shorter area occupied by Liam Dawson on the leg side. The umpires have got together again. What are they up to now? They're both walking to this end. The batsmen have convened in the middle, and they're doing something with the stumps. Oh, they're taking the light meter out. They've put the light meter out.
Essex don't want this.
No.
Essex don't want this.
Ben Brown isn't complaining. The Hampshire keeper and captain is just watching proceedings, and they've just taken a reading, have they? No, they've knocked the stumps off. They've knocked the bails off. That's it. It's only 4:40. It's an hour earlier than yesterday, and Essex having no decision really there, apart from to take that and walk off. Bit of stunned silence in the crowd there, really, as you'd expect it to have gone on a little bit longer there, but it's 4:61 for 7. What is likely to be the end of the day's play, because the light doesn't really improve after the umpires have called a halt to play. And Kev, yeah, that looks like it's
well, there's still a bit of time yet. I mean, we've got quite a long time. There's still 30 odd overs. I mean, 6 o'clock is probably a sort of a marker. I think the umpires will hang around here a little bit. I'm not sure how marginal it is. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? We haven't got a light meter here. We don't know how close it is. The umpires may just hang around a little bit to see if it improves. But this, for me, I don't think Hampshire will be too displeased with this. I think from an Essex point of view, yeah, it's taking time out of tonight where they want to build up a bigger first innings total, and they want time against Hampshire, and of course this is taking that away.
Yeah, so I guess neither side are unhappy or displeased with that, I guess. How long do the umpires hang around for in the middle?
Oh, if they think it might improve, they'll hang around.
I mean, there's no real wind at all, is there? So you don't expect the conditions to change that much. Just some good games going on the in the concourse area. Actually, there's a game down there to our right, but there was mass excitement. Well, what the lads have done is they've got a bin as the wicket. So it's a bit of a tall wicket, but you know that there's like grey paving slabs in between the sort of the burgundy colours one, just to demark sort of a bit of design. Well, I've used that as a boundary, and it was an excellent catch just now. Where the lad who's bowling now, and he comes in to bowl left arm, I don't know what that is to describe it, but he took a great catch standing right on the edge of the purpley grey area, and they all ran over after mass celebration to come and inspect to make sure that he hadn't transgressed, and it was actually a 6, and he stood there for quite a long time with his hands in the air, having caught the ball, not moving, whilst everyone carried out the inspection. So that was quite exciting for me to watch whilst things were going on. Actually, whilst we are in this lull period, I promised you a quiz, do you remember?
Yes.
Do you want to do it? We've got anything more important that we want to talk about?
No, there's not. No, is this the right time to be doing it when there's no play?
Well,
because I think we should probably just call it a day for now, and just come back on with this play and then do it then.
We can do that. Let's do that.
I think to be talking when there's no play on, I mean, we could, but it's up to you. I mean, I'm happy. If you're desperate to get this quiz out, which I know you are.
Well, I am, because I may not see you for a couple of weeks.
How many questions have you got?
Well, it's not really, it's who am I? So you've got to guess. I'm going to give you up to 10 clues and see how quickly you can guess who this person is.
Is it a cricketer?
Yes.
Should we do one now when there's no play, and then hopefully there's some more play and we can do more then?
Well, question 1 is, he's a conservationist, and he will say to you if he was here, I have a lifelong love of wildlife and became the first official patron of the World Land Trust in 1997, a role I share with Sir David Attenborough.
This is a professional cricketer?
Yeah.
This is too good to be doing it when there's no play, because then we could do it with emails and people.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
I think we should do it then. And if we don't do it today, we'll do it the next time you're in.
That sounds like a plan
I think
to
we're missing
me.
a trick where there's no play.
Yeah, I think I've come up with something, haven't I?
Well, no, it's good. We probably should have done it a little bit earlier, really. But I don't know. That's my thought.
Let's do it. I
think we could be wasted, because that's clearly quite a good quiz.
It's in depth.
Let's do it when there's play.
Cool.
We'll take a break.
Utilita Bowl, where we have a resumption. It wasn't too long a delay this time for bad light. When it arrived yesterday, it took us off for the rest of the day, and I'm pretty sure there's more bad light on the way at some point in this session, but we are going to be back underway. There's been a delay, and the reason for the delay after the umpires deemed conditions playable is that there's been a declaration. Essex have declared at their current total
461
for 7, and it means that basically they are looking to give themselves a different chance of a bit of a go at the Hampshire batting this evening, which I think was becoming more of an issue with the lights looking pretty still unfavourable. We've got the same gloomy skyline that we had last night, the floodlights shining brightly, and I think they realise that they need to take what opportunity they can in these conditions this evening. So because once the umpires deemed conditions playable and the announcement came that there was going to be a declaration, it meant there had to be another short delay in order for Hampshire to get ready to bat, and at the moment we have the Essex fielders waiting at the boundary edge to be led by Sam Cook. But I think, Sanjay, that is a good declaration. Just for the start of that session, I was just wondering what the Essex game plan was as Harmer and Snater sort of played themselves in again. I knew that they wanted to have as much of a go as possible, particularly if conditions overhead are easier tomorrow, which they possibly might be. And I think it's a pretty good declaration to try and make what use of it they can. Now, the Essex players are still on the boundary rope, and I just wonder whether there is another delay for bad light.
Hampshire batters who were the two opening batters for Hampshire, Nick Gubbins and Joe Weatherly, were sat by the edge of the boundary as well, and just walked up the stairs back into their change room. So, and the Essex players are now starting to wander back.
It's certainly a lot longer than 10 minutes,
well,
and
yeah.
Obviously the umpires are out there, and the Essex fielders would be out there if we were going to play. And one of the umpires has just put his hat down on the ground. He won't need it for the time being. There's been very little sun in evidence in this game, so we've still got I would say half the Essex side at the moment gathered just at the boundary edge at the pavilion end, and as you've spotted, the Hampshire openers who were getting ready to come out have decided that
much warmer indoors.
Yeah, much warmer indoors. If we're not going to have immediate play, it is pretty chilly out there, but this is an opportunity that Essex really would like to take. They'll be slightly frustrated that this evening session is turning out to be a bit like yesterday's in terms of the weather, and in fact we did actually play uninterrupted until about 5:40 yesterday evening, but it's looking a little bit more marginal this evening. I mean, on the whole, I can't see too much difference in the skyline compared to yesterday, but clearly with the umpires' light meter readings, they took a reading while the players were out there, while Snater and Harmer were going, deemed it not satisfactory, then took another reading, and at that point it looks like we have a declaration made because Hampshire, Essex wanted Hampshire to bat, and then we had this delay because there must clearly have been a subsequent reading, and it's obviously gone below the level. It may be that decision to declare was taken as soon as the bad light came, but we only really knew about it when the roller came out, which indicated there was going to be a change of innings.
And I think in answer to your previous question, yeah, the Essex innings, I mean, they scored 461 runs, not really going anywhere, and it was probably a good time to declare, just to give themselves a shot at Hampshire now, regardless of whether the light was going to be called or not.
So we've got this situation where at the moment we're just waiting to see what the umpires are going to do. They're chatting to the groundsman at the moment. They say we've got, I don't think, certainly about half the Essex team are actually just by the boundary rope, and I think there's even a bit of an impromptu field drill going on. But they were actually out on the outfield doing their fielding practice just a short time ago, but they've now treated beyond the boundary rope, and at the moment there's no sign of the Hampshire openers. So we've got a situation where the light remains very marginal. It could be, but depending on the thickness of the cloud, it's hovering round about the acceptability level, and it's gone from being just below to just above and back to just below again. But if you have just joined us, let's just let you know what has happened during the day, because it's been largely another good day for Essex, with the exception of a bit of a Hampshire fight back just before lunch. The partnership between Critley and Allison went up to 186 before Allison got a short ball from Jack, which he pulled to Prest at mid-wicket. So he was out for 80, 12 fours and a 6. At that point, the score was 253. But a 50 partnership, which Michael Pepper got the most runs in with Critley. Pepper batted well for his 32, a couple of lovely shots through the offside. 4 fours in total before he got a deserved wicket by Cody Ysef, who bowled well again with the second new ball and got his LBW. Looked a fairly adjacent one, that. Pepper out for 32. Now the next one was a bit more of a questionable dismissal. It was Noah Thane, the substituted player, on the stroke of lunch. It looked from the replays that I've seen subsequently it might have struck his hip rather than the outside edge, but certainly movement for Baker with the new ball. Deserved wicket for him, but Thane might consider himself unlucky. He went for 2. Now at 3:08 for 6, Hampshire were right back in it, but then a stand of 92 between Critley and Simon Harmer before Critley's career best 173 ended when he was out. Finally caught by Jack off Prest. It was a bit of a miscued pull shot. He tried one off the previous ball. This time he did hit it, but straight to Jack at mid-wicket. 173, 24s and a 6, and that has left Harmer 71, 8 fours and a 6, and Snater 37 from 50 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes, to add a further 61 before the declaration came. A very good first outing with the bat for Essex this season. There's no sign of anything imminent happening, so final word, Sanjay, and then we'll probably take our leave until we have any further news.
Yeah, Hampshire bowlers put in a valiant effort across the course of the day. Kyle Abbott 28 overs 2 for 76, and Sonny Baker 2 for 68 of 22 were the standouts as far as wickets concerned. Cody Ysef, his first wicket in county cricket. Eddie Jack took one. Tom Prest took that one, as you say, to dismiss the impressive Matt Critley, and Liam Dawson bowled 38 overs and a very good economy rate, although he started going for a few runs towards the end. There's very little going on here, as you say, Nick, and I think that Essex have put themselves in a very strong position and will probably be disappointed that they couldn't have a little crack at Hampshire.
Well, it's still possible they will, but we're going to have some sort of shifting in this cloud, and the forecast was that we would have some sort of breaks this afternoon. We simply have not had them. It's been basically the same as yesterday, and that is disappointing for Essex, who may have to wait till tomorrow morning before they get their first crack at the Hampshire batting. So that's where we are. 461 for 7. As you mentioned, Kyle Abbott 2 for 76, as reliable as ever. Sonny Baker definitely deserving his 2 wickets. Cody Ysef bowling well with a new ball twice. Eddie Jack a bit expensive, and Liam Dawson as reliable as ever. But that's it for the time being from the Utilita Bowl. As soon as there is any more play, we'll be straight back with you.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. We've had a bit of break in play because of bad light when they left the field at 20-5. Essex declared at 461 for 7. It looked like we were going to get a resumption, and then the umpires deemed that the light wasn't sufficient, but they have deemed that things are okay, so we will get a restart in a few minutes' time, much to the delight of a few of the hardy locals that are in the crowd. We're going to get some play. For how long, we don't know, although it does look as though it's a fraction brighter over the Shane Warne stand away to our right. Right, I'm Kevin James. A little later, Sanjay Murphy will join us, as he's been here, and Nick Gledhill is also here as well from BBC Essex. And this is what Essex want. They want some play.
Yeah, they want some play. I mean, there is some sky over the Shane Warne stand which has got a bit more brightness in it, but the cloud that is coming over, it's being blown from the southwest, does look a little bit more consistently dark. So we are in a very marginal situation with the light. The play is going to resume officially at 5:30, so that's in about a minute's time. The players are out there. Jamie Porter's warming up, and yeah, it's going to be a question of Essex getting what they can from whatever play is available. There will come a point, of course, when the natural light starts to fade at this time of year. So really, whatever they can do, they will regard as a bonus. And they decided to declare when we had the first part of the break, because the declaration came we were going to resume, and then another reading came and it wasn't satisfactory then. So that's where we've got to. So a bit stop-start. Only haven't had much play at all since tea, to be honest. And we'll see where we go.
So a new look opening partnership for Hampshire. Weatherly and Gubbins.
It's Weatherly facing up. First ball to Porter and played up into the offside to mid-off, and there's no run. So that's slight break in the skies. I can see it just over the sort of right of the ground. Unfortunately, I suspect it'll be a bit dark in about 10 minutes' time, but Essex will take what they can. It's obviously been very marginal one way or another, and one suspects if we've been operating under the old rules that Messrs Snater and Harmer would have stayed out, with the possible exception of Sonny Baker bowling, as that's a delivery which is outside the off stump and left alone by Weatherly. That would have made it interesting if the tactic Brown had brought Baker back on. But yeah, as it is, what can the Essex opening bowlers do in whatever time they have available, which in theory is not putting the overs left up at the moment, but I mean we could presumably still, let's have a look, yeah, 19.4. I'll be very surprised if we get those. 4 slips in a cordon and 4 saving 1 as Porter bowls a delivery which just is outside the off stump to the extent that Weatherly doesn't need to offer a shot. So Joe Weatherly and Nick Gubbins, who was previously number 3 in the Hampshire lineup, with some new players who probably won't like to bat this evening. Thank you very much. They've got a bit of experience out there at the moment, but the new arrival from Australia, probably not the sort of conditions that he's been used to, Jake Lehman. As here as a delivery which goes into the pads of Weatherly. There was a shout which supported well by mid-on, probably going down the leg side, but it's the first good shout of the season from Jamie Porter. It wasn't a wholehearted LBW, but let's see where it, yes, it looks to be hitting him sort of knee roll and roundabout leg stump. So bit of a defensive shot though, which a good starting point. So 3 slips waiting. Vian Mulder's fielding position is 4th slip, and there's a defensive shot played up into the offside, and there is no run. Looks like Harmer at second. A lot of the Essex players actually got an extra sweater on, so but not too many numbers in evidence at the moment. Sam Cook will be doubtless bowling the next over, the Essex stand-in captain in the absence of Tom Westley. 4 slips waiting in this marginal light here in Southampton, as Porter bowls, and Weatherly gets one which he judges well. He knows it's wide enough of the off stump to leave alone, and really for Hampshire it's all about survival this evening. I was just saying to you off air, Kevin, the match situation now, 461 on the board. If Hampshire can take a draw out of this game with something in the region of 13 points, it wouldn't be a bad return from this position.
I agree. There's a lot of fight that needs to be shown, something which probably was lacking at times last year. They've got a chance to show some fight in the very first match. So it's 3-12 is the follow-on. That will be the first target.
If they reach that, Essex are going to have a lot of work to do to win the game, without risking losing it.
Yeah. I've calculated we lost 11.5 overs in that break when the innings was declared. So Cook's around the wicket to the left-handed Nick Gubbins, who's opening the batting for the first time. Normally he's coming in at 3, but has been, I presume, been persuaded to open the batting. I know it's something that's been talked about for 2 or 3 years. The possibility of the sunshine is out. Good grief, where's the sunglasses?
There we are, that's coming through that gap in the clouds over the Shane Warne stand we were talking about. It was good to see.
For about 2 balls this will be, I think. Here's Cook again, runs away from us. Gubbins on the back foot, steers that out to point. So yes, it's a point that I think Nick Gubbins has been in conversations with really the coaching staff. This idea has been mooted about for a while, but hasn't happened until now. Sunshine is still out. Actually, I can almost see some blue sky. Some blue sky.
Yes, at the moment, just above the ground, a little area of blue sky, but darker cloud beyond that.
Where does it come from? Cook bowls again. Oh, he's left it alone and he's bowled. And he's bowled off stump. Gubbins not playing a shot. And the off stump has been knocked back, and he goes third delivery he's faced. Just watching this again. He's coming round the wicket, he's got the angle as Cook, and that's just nipped back a fraction. It was always a tight leave. And Gubbins is walking back to the pavilion.
Well, what a start for Sam Cook, who had a quiet time of it last year by his standards, 16 wickets at 35, and of course disrupted by injury and then being in the England squad. And that's just a sign of what he can do. A delivery that certainly was too good for Gubbins. It was very, very well executed, going from around the wicket, just cutting back into the left-hander. And there was some appreciable movement. I think Gubbins thought that was going by outside the off stump. There was some appreciable movement there. And already Essex have got the bonus of being able to get out there and bowl at Hampshire. They've got a wicket early on, and if they can get a couple more before the light does close in, as I suspect it will, then they'll be very, very pleased about the decision that they've made to declare, because there wasn't really much mileage in going on much further with that innings, the way the light's been in the evenings in the first 2 days. What they want to do now is to get amongst the Hampshire wickets, and if they can bowl Hampshire out cheaply in the first innings, they'll be in a very strong position in the game.
So Nick Gubbins has departed. Tom Prest in at 3. Again, that's a new position for him. Gubbins is looking for a good start this season, having been way down on his career average. He only averaged 25 last season. Didn't have a very good season by his standards. So the start not the one he wanted. Tom Prest also didn't have a great season last year. Here he is facing Cook, who's over the wicket this time. Nips back on Prest. That's a wicked nip back of that one. Hits him high on the pad. Tricky as we thought it would be. Tom Prest averaged 26 last year. Has a career average of 32, so he was way down and did actually get dropped towards the end. So there's batters in here with points to prove. One already gone.
Yes, and Cook looking very dangerous, getting the ball to move both ways actually. That one cut back into the right-hander.
Not a good time to bat as Cook bowls. Press on the back foot, steers that out to point.
Yes, it was a difficult season for Sam Cook. He'd had 4 brilliant seasons in a row. I mean, between 2021 and 2024, over 200 first-class wickets at 16.75, so just below his career average of 20.64. But that really was a golden run. It's what encouraged England to select him finally.
Runs away from us and bowls, pressed this forward. And that's gone out into the covers. Good over. Hampshire replying to that Essex total of 461 for 7 declared are 0 for 1. We have the change?
Yeah, I'll do. I think it's 22 minutes.
No,
so I'd steal one more.
Okay.
They, I think for Cook that that difficult season that he had, which I think was various reasons for it. He's been obviously to sort of take fresh stock, and in the light of his experience with England, to just re-evaluate and work out what he's looking to do this season to get back to where he was in those 4 seasons where he did particularly well. But he's been outstanding ever since really that outing he had here in 2017 that we talked about yesterday when he got 5 wickets. Porter bowls, that's outside the off stump, and Gubbins leaves alone. And Weatherly leaves alone. Gubbins having gone in the previous over, and Hampshire still haven't got a run on the board. He was bowled by a terrific delivery from Sam Cook, and these two, Cook and Porter, I'm sure have been champing at the bit to have their first involvement in this match, neither having had a chance to bat, and realising that they would have wanted to get out there this evening. And at the moment the light is holding, though as we thought that blue sky has gone, that was over the ground, and there's some darker cloud coming. As here's one that's there's I think a bit of a shout there from Porter, as it's gone all the way through actually down to the boundary, but I think it's signalled by the umpire that there's no shot offered there. So let's have a look and see what happened as Porter was bowling. It's allowed it to hit him, and it's run down through the slip cordon. So no shot attempted. 0 for 1, with Essex having made 461 for 7 when the declaration came. Another good day with the bat. Matt Critley's 173 leading the way, his career best, and this is a defensive shot here from Weatherly, played up into the covers, and there is no run. Good cameos from Harmer and from Snater, all this after Charlie Allison made 80 and extended that partnership to 186. And it was a situation where it looked a new ball wicket, so the Hampshire bowlers looked at their most dangerous with the new ball, particularly on this surface, and the Essex bowlers looking perhaps even more dangerous at this particular moment, with 4 slips waiting as Porter bowls, and just covering up here. Weatherly plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no, and all about survival for Hampshire this evening without too much more damage. 1 wicket they can probably accept, but if they were to lose a couple more tonight, it's going to put them really on the back foot. And these two, I think, will be quite happy to bowl for the rest of this session, however long it is, because they will keep it there and thereabouts, and they'll keep asking questions. Here is Porter again up to the wicket, bowls, and again just played defensively up towards mid-off. Porter keeping it very, very tight. I think they're playing in all the other games in Division 1 except at Edgbaston, where Surrey will be very grateful that they're not playing, because Warwickshire are 2 runs ahead with 8 wickets left, 330 for 2. They are playing everywhere else in Division 1 at this moment. Here they've had some strong wins at Leicester, but they're still playing, as that one is a good delivery close to off stump, but well judged by Weatherly, who's judged the length and line from Porter pretty well so far. Maiden over, 2 maiden overs for Porter, and Sanjay's coming back in, but Hampshire still looking for their first run.
This light's too bright for me at the moment. Need those dark clouds coming back over. Get off. I don't think 1 or 2 of the batters in the dressing room will be looking forward to things at the moment. Not an ideal combination to face in these conditions, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Porter with 49 wickets at 20 last year, takes his first class wickets at 23. Sam Cook takes his first class wickets at 20. That's an awesome combination, Sanjay.
It is, when you weren't expecting to come back out again.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
They've gone back in, warmed up, and here they are again. It is Jamie Porter in from the Hotel End bowls, and Press just pushes back and drops it into the offside, where it's fielded by Shane Snater, who was left not out along with Simon Harmer when Essex declared. You mentioned a couple of times, Kev, there's been a couple of changes in the Hampshire batting order. What do you think that will do to those who have been affected by it?
What, playing or not playing?
No, the ones who are playing, the ones. So Nick Govins opening, Preston at 3. We'll find out in a second after this ball from Sam Cook bowls, and it's just tucked into the leg side, no run.
Well, I think there was a lot of discussions at the end of last year when they had that reprieve and staying in Division 1.
Players knowing that time is short for them. End of the over, a maiden over by Cook, and Hampshire yet to get off the mark.
The interesting one for me is Ben Mays. When he comes in, he looks like he's batting around about 6, and just turned 18 during the winter. You know, he's in ahead of Middleton, he's in ahead of Orr, he's in ahead of Albert. He did get runs, Ben Mays, in the pre-season games. Got 61 not out against Middlesex here. Got a 38 not out also against Gloucestershire here. So, you know, he's spent time in the middle. Of course, had that big innings for England under 19s as well during the winter. Here's Jamie Porter from the pavilion end, bowls to Weatherly, who's forward, goes up to mid-on. Hampshire yet to go score a run on the board. We're into the 5th over here. We have, if we get them all in, just under 16 overs left in the day's play. Joe Weatherly, he might have been a surprise selection for some. Half century against Gloucestershire here. Also got almost a half century against Middlesex here. So you can see maybe where some of the thinking's coming. You know, trying to place batters in the order that are actually scoring runs. There's Weatherly edges, and it's shorter first slip. They'll get a single though. Ironic applause from 1 or 2 in the crowd, and there is only literally 1 or 2 in the crowd here at the moment who are brave in this cold weather. Tom Press got a half century against Sussex in the last pre-season game last weekend. Gubbins got runs in that one as well. So, yeah, you know, it could have been a few, you know, any permutation really, but when you're selected, you've got to make the most of it. As Press drives up to mid-on.
And how did they go pre-season?
Well, yeah, I mean, some of the weather was good and some of the weather was a bit like this, really. It's hard, isn't it? But, you know, all you could do, you know, there is not as many places up for grabs in the batting lineup as there are potentially good young batters. So in that situation, you know, you've got to shine somehow. You've got to, as Porter's in, Pressed is forward, you know, you've got to be able to say, look, you know, I warrant starting this season. And I suppose the guys that are playing in this game have probably just about done enough. You know, Fletcher Middleton might say, well, look, you know, I got 43 and retired in the game against Middlesex. You know, I also got a few. Ali Orr got 40 odd in that game and had to retire as well. He also got 41 not out against Sussex. So, you know, again, he's, you know, he might consider himself to be a little bit unlucky. As Preston on the back foot, plays that back to Porter. But you've got to pick 11. Jake Lehman comes into the reckoning, of course, who wasn't around last year, been signed for 2 years.
He's playing as a local, isn't he?
Yeah, he's Australian, but playing, I think he's, is it his mum, I think? He's qualifies him as a homegrown.
Ben Stokes has been saying that the first 6-7 weeks of the championship are a great time for young players.
Here's Porter from that pavilion end. Press drives pleasantly through the covers, and that should be the first boundary of the Hampshire innings, and probably the first confident attacking shot we've seen as well at the end of the 5th over. And Hampshire are 5 for 1. Yeah, it's a big year for several of the Hampshire players, mainly the batters, the youngsters. You know, it's a big year for the promising bowlers as well. But I think the focus really is on the batting. It needs to be sorted out.
And do you think, like a Ben Mays, implicitly or otherwise, has been sort of asked, or Hampshire been asked to bat him at 5 or 6, so England can get a look at him at this level? Or do you think does that take place?
I don't know for sure, but I would say just on potential alone that he's probably earned his place.
Right. Okay.
You know, with a few of the places up for grabs, I think he's being looked at and saying, look, potentially this guy, let's get him in.
And have a look at him.
There's not 6 batters there that are all saying we shouldn't be dropped, so let's get him in.
Cook into Weatherly then from the hotel end bowls, and Weatherly just tucks it into the leg side, no run. 4 slips, Point mid-off, who's quite short, mid-on, and someone just under the helmet, just off a practice strip on the leg side. And there's a third man as well. That's the field for Joe Weatherly. First time he's been up at the pavilion end against Sam Cook. He spent most of the time down at the hotel end facing Jamie Porter, but it is Sam Cook who's in now, approaching the crease. Bowls, it's full, and he has a little prod of that. He's nicked it. Given, that's gone. He's been caught behind. That's the 2nd wicket. Both the openers have gone now for Hampshire, who were 5 for 2. This is not the start that Hampshire wanted, but pretty sure it's a start, Kev, that Jamie Porter and Sam Cook will have wanted.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, what both Porter and Cook are doing, and have been very good at doing over the years, is putting the ball in exactly the right spot. What you ideally in these situations, you don't want a pair of bowlers like this, because they are making you play every single ball, and unfortunately, when you've been in the field for the best part of 2 days and you've got overheads, it does feel as though every ball is a test, and every ball out there is a test.
It is a test. I mean, from the other end, Jamie Porter bowled a brilliant line too. Wicket and taps a little spot that may well have offended him in some way, shape or form, but he remains yet to score. He's faced 3 balls, and Sam Cook is approaching the end of his 3rd over. Magnificent figures of 2 for naught off those 3 overs, with 2 of the maidens. In he comes, bowls, and it's onto Lehman's hip, and he just tucks it round the corner, get off the mark in county cricket, and takes Hampshire onto 6 for 2, and that's the end of Cook's 3rd over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 1.
Yeah, he averages around the mid-30s in first-class cricket. Obviously, the majority of that playing in the Sheffield Shield, just over 100 first-class matches. So, that's not too shabby. That's it's a pretty decent standard. Of course, we all know that. So clearly, the guy can play. He was the Australian Domestic Player of the Year last year.
Yep. Good signing.
Well, he is. And, well, he's an even better signing because it still allows you to play 2 overseas players.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though he's, I guess, Australian, he still holds dual passport, so it allows Hampshire to play 2 overseas bowlers, which they are doing. And but there's a lot. When it was announced that he was signing, that I think it was you feel with the way Hampshire are batting, certainly last year, that there's a lot on his shoulders. You know, he comes with, I think people are expecting a lot from him just to help Hampshire through. Here's Jamie Porter around the wicket to Lehmann, who leaves that one alone. But I spoke to him during the winter. He seems a pretty good guy. I spoke to one or two of the guys. I said, yeah, he's a good guy to have around the dressing room. That's what you want as much as anything. 33 years of age. He has played county cricket before. Had a stint with Yorkshire.
Oh, okay. His father, Darren, obviously coach at Northants.
Yes. And I did ask him, when I spoke to him during the winter, and I did this interview with him. Here's Porter to Lehmann. Comes back in, just stabs down on that one. The ball just trickles away behind him. I said to him, why didn't you join your dad at Northants? Didn't he want you? And he said, I'm not sure about the father-son combination. He said, I'm not sure I'm into that. I think he was joking from a professional point of view, not from a family point of view.
Yeah, his dad's going to do a good job, I think, in Northants. No nonsense Aussie.
Yeah, they made a couple of good signings there as well. There's Porter again. Lehmann is forward. Goes out on the onside. Yeah, it's a tricky situation here for the batters. You've just got to survive, really, and it's take the ball when it's there, but there won't be too many opportunities, that's for sure.
The live stream's crashed totally again, although we can see it. So, yeah.
I think it did initially. I think that might have just been, that might have come when it was off. I think it is back on again now. Yes, there's been some technicals today, that's for sure, as Jamie Porter comes in. But we've remained professional throughout.
We have, yes. Ish, I think you'll find.
Despite all the obstacles that have been thrown in front of us.
The technology's had the winter off as well, so it's just warming up. It'll be all right by July, you'd have thought. Hopefully.
Hasn't had much chance to warm up today, that's for sure.
It's definitely cold. Yeah, when Carb said yesterday about his big great coat, I didn't think it'd be as bad as this. I'm definitely underdressed, but
no, it's colder today.
There's a warm shower waiting not far away.
Porter again with 4 slips waiting. Lehmann just works out on the offside. They think about a single. Risley, they decide against it. You don't want anybody run out in this situation, that's for sure. So Hampshire, 6 for 2 here, with Nick Gubbins having gone third ball. Bowled, leaving the ball alone to Sam Cook, and Joe Weatherly getting a good one from Sam Cook, who caught behind for 1. Tom Preston on striker on 4. Off the mark with a boundary, nice cover drive. And Lehmann battling away here, 1 not out. Just from fairly straight, works that to wideish mid-on. That's why there was a few oohs out there from the Essex players. So Porter, 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Sam Cook has taken the 2 wickets so far that has fallen, and by my reckoning, because I can't quite see it at the moment, I think there's about 11 overs left in the day if we get through them.
Yeah, about that. Just watching Jake Lehmann plays the ball very late, plays it under his eyes, which is a sign of a batter with a lot of time and ability, and a very Australian way, I guess, to play off the back foot and to let the ball come onto him. He looks measured, he looks calm, he looks like somebody that Hampshire are going to have to rely on, or will rely on, over the course of the summer. And let's see what comes of it, as Sam Cook will start the next over from the pavilion. In he comes and bowls, and outside the off stump, and Prest just plays it under his nose, and no run.
Sanjay is staying on, and he's going to be joined by Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex.
Well, we have had those lighter skies. They have arrived later than scheduled, but they have receded again, and we've now got that darker bank without the bright interludes that we have been having for the last 15 minutes. Essex want to stay out there as long as possible.
As Cook approaches the wicket again, now over the wicket, now to Pressfull, who drops it into the offside, and there's a gap between the 2 fielders who are there at point and at mid-off, and that is an easy single through for Tom Prest. He moves on to 5, Hampshire 7 for 2.
One thing we'll say for newcomer Jake Lehmann is he won't get it a lot tougher than this. Batting in not great light against certainly one of the best, if not the best opening combination in Division 1 at the moment. Obviously we'll have to see how other combinations go in the next few weeks.
Cook in full, and Lehman just pushes it elegantly with a full face to the bat. It sounded nice, but found the fielder for no run.
Others might go well and challenge these two, but if they stay fit and Cook carries on with figures like 2 for 2 and 3.3, it's going to be a prosperous time for them. Both have bowled very well, but Cook in particular, it's great to see him back much more in the vein of 2021 to 24 when he was averaging 16 with the ball.
Approaches the crease now, bowls on the leg stump, and nice little dab into the leg side. Or it could have been a run out there if the fielder had picked it up cleanly, but Lehman scampers through for a single. He goes on to do. I guess, Nick, the only way of this partnership not performing the way you expect for Essex, if there's an England call up or two.
Yeah, and probably more likely for Cook, but some would say that they could have done with Cook in Australia. I was hoping to talk about the Ashes, but he might get a chance in this spell. But Allison there, if he'd picked that up and thrown it cleanly, the last thing Hampshire want is a run out.
Cook in over the wicket to the right-handed pressed bowls. Just tucks back in a little bit, but covers up nicely. Does Tom Press for no run.
You covered the Ashes in your podcast.
I did.
And I know our colleague Don Topley was out there for the first couple of tests. There was a sense of anticlimax, I think, with how it panned out, particularly with the two short, very, very short games. My impression was that there was more blame with the Melbourne wicket than the Perth one, because Perth started off lively against India the previous year and flattened out.
Yeah.
But England didn't bat well enough to take advantage of that.
Cook bowls and full, and Press covers up to no run. The ball rolls out to the fielder there.
Whereas I thought Melbourne was appalling. And they've got to get that sorted out. At this stage of such an important Test match, between Christmas and New Year, and you can't have that done in 2 days. But that collapse after lunch on the second day at Perth was a very early turning point in the game, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, Hampshire finished that over 8 for 2. You went to bed with England in the driving seat. It started at 3 o'clock in the morning, that one. So listened to it till about 6, had a bit of sleep, and then woke up again. And by the time woke up, Travis Head was striding out, and the rest is history. But
so I think I was listening to the entire day there, and it's yes, you just sensed that pitch was actually lively, really lively on the first day, but it had been the previous year, and we saw what happened, and England just didn't dig in well enough on that second day. Here is Porter bowling, and Lehman drives fluently and through mid-off. We might have got a bit of a hand on it. It's a very long chase back to the long off boundary. They'll probably run 3. It has been cut off, and that's well done, and they'll get back for the third run. That was a good drive by Lehman. He got some nice bat on that. I think it's very, very important for, well, they can't really afford to lose another wicket. They particularly can't afford to lose the Australian, who's, as you say, has looked quite assured in difficult circumstances at the start of his innings.
I think, going back to the Ashes, that first Perth test, if you look at Travis Head, his first 50 was very orthodox in terms of the time it took, and after that he took off, but he certainly set his tone.
It's Porter bowls again, and Press covers up and plays defensively up to mid-off. So 2 wickets, both to Sam Cook, and it's the 2 openers. So Hampshire back with questions about their opening pair. Weatherly and Gubbins both out very cheaply, with Gubbins out in Cook's first over, and then third ball, and then Weatherly following on very quickly afterwards. In fact, he's in his third over, that one. There's Porter. He's been very metronomic and accurate bowls, but that's driven by Pressed up to mid-off. He's pitching the ball up here. Porter trying to find what movement he can, and there has been a little bit for him, but does Hampshire have to hang in here, because the heavier cloud is back, but the umpires at the moment not showing any concern, although the natural light at this time of year will, you feel, start to deteriorate in the next half an hour. I don't think we're going to get all 11 overs after this. We're very surprised if we do. As Porter bowls again, and this time Prest, who's playing with a degree of comfort, hits it into the offside and calls his partner through for a single. That was nicely done, and that they could do with Tom Prest having a season like 2024 where he's averaging close to 50.
It's good batting by Prest.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's made runs against Essex before.
With the left-hand combination out there, turning the strike over is going to be important. It's very, you don't at this late evening with the light fading. The worst thing that Hampshire want to do is let the bowler settle into a rhythm against one particular bowler.
Here's Porter going round the wicket to the left-hander Lehman, who just steers that away off the back foot down towards backward point. A lot of the Essex fielders wearing extra sweaters, so not too many of them with their numbers showing. Elgar at first slip, and say Vian Mulder slotting in there at fourth. And I imagine it's the heavily sweated Harmer, and I think Critley alongside the two. But been another good day for Essex, and another wicket, and it'll be even better. Here's Porter again, bowling to Lehman, and Lehman just goes forward and just steers up into the onside, and there's no run. Porter 5 overs 3 maidens, none for 9. Cook 4 overs 2 maidens, 2 for 3, and it is 12 for 2, and we've had 9 fairly tortuous overs from the Hampshire point of view, and as I say, for Hampshire, they certainly can't afford to lose Lehman tonight. Arguably they can't afford to lose another wicket, but it would be a huge setback to lose the new Australian tonight. But Essex will be looking for at least one more scalp.
Yeah, he's definitely the man that they'll be trying to get rid of. He looks to have a lot of time, does Jake Lehman. Looks untroubled, fluttered so far. As it's Sam Cook who will be continuing from this hotel end. There's just some adjustments to Michael Pepper's gloves being made by Dean Alger at first slip, but that's all sorted out. 4 slips for Sam Cook. They've been there since the very beginning. As he approaches the crease now and bowls, it's full and just tucked into the leg side by Prest. They scamper the first quickly. Are they going to come back? No, for the second. Prest wanted it, but Jake Lehman's quite happy to stay down that end and take the strike. Prest moves on to 7, Hampshire 13 for 2.
Earlier, Matt Critley, a career best 173 from 266 balls with 24s and a 6. And his overnight stand with Charlie Allison added 186 in the end before Allison was out for 80. Pepper made 32. Thane, the injury replacement, 2. Simon Harmer 71 not out, and Shane Snater 37 not out, and an unbroken stand of 61 before the declaration came after the first break for bad light in this session.
Around the wicket comes Cook now to Jake Lehman full, and Lehman again with a lot of time, just looks totally in control as he just defends that. No run, he remains on 5, Hampshire 13 for 2.
So they have to dig in and hope that if they can have a decent number of wickets in hand when the ball softens, and there's probably not a huge amount in it for the Essex spinners, and that will be their chance to get some runs on the board. What they mustn't do really is fall in a heap, because otherwise that's probably game, set and match for Essex.
Cook in again round the wicket full, and Lehman tries an attacking shot that just runs down to the fielder Charlie Allison
go. Snater got last season 27 wickets at 36. Probably feel that was a bit of an off year for him, and he'll be looking forward to having a go this evening. So interesting to see if Cook keeps himself on or brings Snater on at the northern end. At the moment it's Mulder bowling from the pavilion end. It's 20 for 2. Hampshire have got there with a degree of difficulty, it has to be said. The openers both out cheaply in the first 3 overs from Sam Cook as Mulder bowls. Oh, that's a bit of a loose stroke this time from Lehman. He's looking to force it away off the back foot past point, but he wasn't there for the shot. It's fortunate perhaps not to get an edge there to second or third slip.
Looks like he's got some extra pace for Ian Mulder than the other two.
Yeah.
Might have hurried Jake Lehman up a bit there.
And Actor's not playing in this game. He's also got great pace. Yes, you wouldn't say this is the thing that counted against Sam Cook, of course. In terms of being selected for Australia, it was thought you were going to need out and out pace, and that didn't prove to be the case with bowlers like Scott Boland and Michael Neser to the fore for the opposition. As this one is helped around the corner. That's a loose delivery from Mulder. It's actually probably the first loose delivery of the innings, to be honest. Helped around the corner. I think in the end just entirely off the pad, wasn't it? But it was shaping on the leg glance, and it's 4 to the total, which is useful for Hampshire at this point of view. 26 for 2.
The one thing the Australians did have going back to the Ashes is control.
Yeah.
And whilst they didn't have the out and out pace that England picked, what they did use is the conditions much better than the England bowlers did.
And arguably England didn't bring, I think Potts didn't come through until too late to make the impact he could have made with his sort of bowling style. 26 for 2. So this is Lehman just going onto the back foot and playing it up into the offside, and there is no run. So done for the day at Edgbaston, which remains the headline story. Surrey 328, Warwickshire 330 for 2, Dan Mousley 112, Sam Hain 80. And they have so far put on 178 for the third wicket, and they have the lead. And I think they're still playing they are delayed now at Taunton, but this is Nottinghamshire showing their champions credentials. 218 for 3, just 129 behind Somerset, as here Lehman pushes up into the offside and calls press through for a quick single as Snater gathers in the covers. So 27 for 2. Jack Haynes and Joe Clark together in a good partnership there, which is so far worth 90 for the fourth wicket. They're only 129 behind. Bad light at Taunton, they may not get back on there, but that is again the champions showing their credentials. Somerset will not want to come to Chelmsford off the back of a defeat at Taunton. Still playing at Grace Road, where we've heard about the wind causing a problem. Sussex batting again, 135 for 2, are 251 ahead, so they really are in control of that game, as that's just played away into the offside by Prest, out to backward point, and there's no run. Dan Hughes is 72 not out. He's had a pretty good game all told, and Sussex's top order did well in the first innings, and they're threatening very much a repeat against the newcomers. But then he got 19. It was Tom Haynes who made most of the runs for the openers in the first innings, 56, and then Tom Clark made 101. But collectively, top 3 or 4 for Sussex, doing well in both innings. As a slip Corden waits, as that's outside the off stump and left alone by Tom Prest. So Sussex, with all their problems with the 12-point deduction, you've got to say at the moment they're favourites to get a win in their opening game, and that will go a long way towards, with all the financial problems they've got, a long way towards calming the nerves. They can beat Leicestershire. You're feeling, they'll feel as though they're back on course. They had a great first half of the season last year, and it was actually the defeat by Essex which started to unsettle them, and they fell away in the second half. But they were impressive in that first block of games. Here is Mulder bowling, and that's driven away up towards mid-on, and there's no run there. So that's the end of the first over for Mulder. It was there was a couple of good deliveries in there, but pretty well played. 5 runs conceded, and now it's a question of what Cook will do. Will it be himself, Porter, or Snater? And the sun has come out again. It's making a late show today. The sun, which we thought we were going to see him through most of the afternoon, but it has taken a little while. But it's forcing its way still through that cloud cover. Sam Cook
Looks like he's going
as
to
captain.
continue.
Yeah, he wants to continue for an over or so yet. Slater, I'm sure, will get a go.
He's bowled 5 overs for taking 2 wickets for just the 9 runs so far. He's around the wicket to the open chested open stance. Jake Lehmann bowls outside the off stump, and Lehmann has nothing to do with it at all. With the Sussex game, it's interesting, Nick, isn't it, that you would think, if you think about momentum, Leicester coming up, you would think that the momentum would have been with them, and Sussex, with the stuff off the field, might have taken them the other way, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
No, and so they did fall away last year, but they were a decent side, and with all the problems, I think a lot of neutrals wish them well on the field.
Cook out bowls, and Lehmann just covers up and drops into the leg side, fielded by Cook off his own bowling for no run.
It's clearly a horrible situation that they got into financially there. And you read about football teams that get into these difficulties and get multiple points reductions. They basically now are sort of under the control of the ECB, who are running their affairs very closely. But they've made as good a start as they could possibly wish, and they're well placed to win that opening game.
Something that Essex are looking to do here as Cook comes in, bowls and full, and a crashing drive outside the off stump that's not timed by Jake Lehmann, and the ball is fielded by Snake at mid-off, and Hampshire at 27 for 2, still pressed on 7. Lehmann on 11. Attacking intent late on in the day by Jake Lehmann.
Yeah, needs to be cautious, I think, because they cannot afford to lose him.
His captain wants to see as Cook.
Against Cook in particular.
In he comes, bowls round the wickets, full, and another crashing drive. This one, he gets hold of it. That's gone square of the wicket. No one bothers running. It's gone all the way for 4. Lehmann on to 15, and Hampshire 31 for 2.
That was a bit more in the slot, and there was no movement, but Lehmann's looked good, and it's critical, I think, from Hampshire's point of view, but he's there at the close. Colin Ingram made 103 out of Glamorgan's 302. Yorkshire barely started. There's been weather interruptions there, and they're done for the day. And I think that just about wraps up most of Division 1. We're still playing at a couple of venues.
Cook's got a couple of balls left in his over as he approaches the crease now. Bowls it's full again, and Lehmann hits another beautiful drive down the leg side. This one won't make it to the boundary. Rolled, caught in a couple of feet short from there by Charlie Allison. They scamper through for a couple, and Lehmann showing some good intent.
Bring Kevin back, but I have to say the early signs from Jake Lehmann are very encouraging. I just think in the context of this match, he has to just be quite wary, but he's looked pretty solid. He's looked the part so far.
So last ball of Cook's over. He's just a little false start there, just walking back to his crease, will turn himself around, and he comes again now around the wicket. 4 slips waiting for him, bowls, and Lehmann covers up. That's the end of that over. Cook's, you'd think, if he's may look to bowl one more, but we'll have to wait and see as I hand over to Kev James.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Jake Lehmann is... you're still on, Nick? He's looking at me puzzlingly.
Yeah, so we've had a few little glitches again with the screen, but it's back on. It went off briefly, but it's back on. It's been a bit temperamental today, hasn't it? But I'm surprised we've done as well as we have with the weather in the last hour. To say there was that better forecast, which took a long time to come through, but there have been little bits of blue sky and sun which have kept us in business. Here's Mulder bowling, and this is driven away nicely wide of mid-on, but it's actually pretty well stopped in the end, and they're going to get back. They won't get back for 2, it'll just be a single. So pressed 8, and Lehmann there on 17, 34 for 2 in reply to 400, and 61 for 7 declared, including a career best 173 from Matt Critley. Now we still have 7 overs to go after this. If we were to get through them, that would be some achievement at this time of year. I do feel that the natural light, just got a feeling it's starting to fade a little bit, the natural light, even with that cloud cover, so we may not get through them all. 4 slips waiting. Oh, and Mulder has to wait before coming in. So some good stories around around Division 1. Say Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire have had particularly good days. Here's Mulder going round the wicket, and that's a good delivery, a bit of extra pace there, and Lehman close to playing on because he was going back and it's come off the bottom of the bat and I think gone into his pad. So Mulder sort of briskish medium pace, straight delivery, and fascinating to see how he's going to go for Essex. He looked good with the bat until he got out when he was batting the other day. How's he going to get on now as he comes into bowl, and Lehman just gets into line and just plays that defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. 226 first class wickets at an average of 26 with 5 fifers and a 10 for Vian Mulder. So a respectable enough record.
For sure.
And adding to this Essex seam attack and making Shane Snater wait to have his first bowl. So often in the last few seasons, Mulder bowls. Oh, and again close to getting through Lehman there. Again, just hurrying on him, and he got bat onto it, but then watched with some concern as the ball sort of rolled close to his off stump. I think he was in the end fairly confident it wasn't going to hit the off stump, but some useful deliveries here from Mulder. Yes, so often in April and May we've seen a situation where Essex have gone in with 3 front line seamers, and you've always thought they're a seamer light in early season conditions. But that's a problem that they've solved this, assuming everyone stays fit. And of course, even if they don't, they've still got 2 other options with the 2 new signings. Here's Mulder again, bowls, and that's on the pads of Lehman, who plays it away nicely, probably for 2. Allison chasing after it, runs round from long leg towards deep square, and they come back for the 2nd run. So, yeah, it's Hampshire have averted disaster, Kevin, but they really want to get in without losing another wicket here. 36 for 2.
Yeah, what I like about Lehman is he looks pretty relaxed out there. He's kind of taken the sting out of the situation. At 5 for 2, it looked like there could be a wicket every ball. To be fair, Prester's done his part in that, but Lehman gives an air of calmness out there, which I think Hampshire's batting has been lacking recently.
Here's Mulder bowling to him. He sort of waves his bat around a bit before he plays the stroke, but when he plays the stroke, it's a pretty good one. Not perfectly timed, but he'll get 2 towards 10 yards short of a deep cover boundary. Wasn't perfectly timed. He's sort of one of those batters who will sort of have his bat in motion as he's waiting for the bowler to deliver, but then will tend to play quite a stylish shot, as he's done off the last 2 deliveries. Didn't quite time that one, but he's gone to 21 and clearly looks a key wicket. Yes, Prester's looked very assured, hasn't he? And that's encouraging. He'll be looking to replicate his form of 2 years ago. 38 for 2, Prest 8, and Lehman 21, with the openers both out in Cook's first 3 overs. Yeah,
I mean, Lehman's got the benefit of experience, and as I say, he brings an air of calmness, which I think is going to have Hampshire in good. It's going to be good for Hampshire, I think, over the season and next season as well. With Tom Prest, yeah, there's still some sort of question marks there over him. I think he's always been, and he's admitted it himself, he's been a player that's liked to get on with the scoring, doesn't like to be bogged down, wants to dictate the pace while he's out there, and he's been quite happy to just absorb the pressure out there. And again, he's done his part in taking the sting out of the situation, and I think both of them, I think, have done really well up to this point. You've got your wish, Nick?
Yeah, I think we're waiting to have a go, Shane Snater. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah. Right, I'm over. A former Netherlands player, hasn't played for 2 or 3 seasons. Oh, and he's out straight away. He's got a wicket. Tom Prest has tried to whip that away on the leg side. He's got a leading edge. And Prest has gone for 8. I can't quite work it. Was that caught around square cover?
I need to have another look at that.
Let's see
Michael
what
Pepper,
happened. Oh, it's Pepper.
who's
No,
gone
it's
across
gone
in
back.
front of slip, because it's certainly, I think he had to move to take that. But that is a blow for Hampshire, just as they were starting to get into calmer waters. And I just have the feeling that Snater was sort of champing at the bit to get a bowl. And the first one he's bowled, I think, has moved a bit there and has brought about the full shot. But that's a big blow for Hampshire, who really could have done with. I wonder if they might be thinking of night watchman territory here. I mean, again, we don't know quite how many more overs there are going to be, but that is a great blow for Essex to strike just as Hampshire was starting to calm a few nerves. One that's left pressed, but he's got into a bit of a tangle. I don't think we've seen a replay yet, but he's gone into a bit of a tangle there, and it's been nicely taken by Pepper, because I don't think that was straightforward, because he had to basically go with the stroke and anticipate it. It wasn't just I don't think it was just a genuine orthodox nick, but what a start for Snater after that quiet season. We were talking about the quiet season he had last year, but relegated to fourth seamer. He'd probably accept that with the overseas player there. But what a way to start.
Well, just as I was singing the praises of Tom Prest there, the thing is, when Tom Prest is out, he always looks a bit of a lazy shot, and he's on the crease there. Looks like he just tried to play it away a bit on the onside. I did lose track of it after it hit the bat, but.
Yeah, I think it must have. It's obviously just maybe taken a sort of like maybe a leading edge in it, but it's been nicely snaffled by Pepper there.
So Captain Ben Brown, no night watchman.
No, because I don't quite know how long he's got left.
He had one of the better seasons with the bat in the Hampshire lineup. Averaged 42 last year, and he's been pretty consistent throughout his career. Length ball there, and Brown's forward. He does tend to play a little low, so looked like that might just have hit him on the glove. Career average of 35. Sorry, career average of 39, which is pretty decent when you consider that he's a decent keeper as well.
Probably the headline from Division 2 today: James Anderson, who will be 44 at the end of July. 5-wicket haul for him. And Northants still have to avoid the follow-on with the last pair together.
Snater in again, bowls. Brown works that away on the onsides, off the mark, 39 for 3.
For all the massive problems and infighting there have been at Lancashire, the one thing you know with Jimmy Anderson being captain is that should unify the team in terms of the players wanting to play for him, Kevin, and that might be something that works in Lancashire's favour this year.
I'm sure that's exactly why they've done it.
Yeah. Because they've got themselves into a fearful muddle in the last few seasons for a team with so much going for them. Sometimes I think the feeling has been there that cricket hasn't been the priority, and that's obviously part of the issue with those running the club.
I was going to say, isn't there some moves to try and oust one or two running the club?
Yeah.
Did I read? Snater switching round the wicket to the left-handed Lehman. Lehman quietly works that away to short mid-wicket. Well, Hampshire can't afford to lose another one now, that's for sure. They're 422 runs behind. They are an awful long way behind.
Heavy cloud cover again, not too many breaks in that, and so you do feel the natural light should start to deteriorate fairly soon now.
Let's hope so. There's been too many pockets of sunshine in this last half an hour or so.
It's just what Essex would have wanted. Rays of sunshine.
No. Snater again, past the umpire, on the line of leg stump. That's Lehman on the pad.
Yeah, and Shane Snater knows probably that, as I say, he's just got to nail down his place in the side, keep Akhtar and Colleen waiting. It's an amazing situation Essex now have. They were scrambling around for seam bowlers at one point, particularly at the end of June when they were at York, and now they've got a relative luxury.
Who's the other guy? I think he made his debut against us last year. Was he the Scottish?
Colleen? Yeah.
Scottish player. Let's single out into the covers by Lehman. He'll keep the strike. 41 for 3.
Colleen from Durham.
No,
yeah.
no, Mackenzie.
Salmon Akhtar?
No, who's the Scottish?
Oh,
Mackenzie, was it?
Yes,
no.
that's right. I mean, he's another one that's challenging, and they've also got Charlie Bennett. I mean, Mackenzie Jones, Charlie Bennett. I mean, they've got a real luxury. They've probably going to have to force their way into the side with performances in the seconds. But I mean, it's an extraordinary contrast to how it was. I've almost forgotten about those two, particularly Charlie Bennett, who impressed greatly in the 50 over competition. And one thinks that when perhaps those bowlers get more of a go in that competition, it will give Essex a greater chance for being able to prosper in it. As here comes the start of a new over. Oh, and that's edged, and it's just gone past third slip and gone down to the boundary. Goodness me, that was a close run thing. I think it's Harmer there, and basically that was it's down his haunches, and that was a flashy shot which has just gone. Was it Paul Walter? It's Paul Walter. Yeah, he's just getting up now. He was a third slip there, Walter, and he's wringing his hand. I'm not sure he got a hand to it. It's flown past him off the edge of Lehman's bat, and he's got a fortuitous 4.
Well, we don't want any more mishaps for Hampshire here. Yeah, that would have been some take there.
Yeah, it was certainly going at speed, but it would sign off the day if Mulder could get Lehman here. Oh, he plays a loose shot. Goodness me, he's looked so settled so far, the Australian, but that's 2 bits of trouble for him in a row as he went on a fairly lazy looking square cut and was fortunate not to edge it through to
come on, where's that cloud cover? You need it.
Yeah, they could do. I think they could do with stumps. I think would be the feeling from a point of view. Yeah, Mackenzie Jones, the Scottish bowler that we were thinking of, very useful prospect, as is Charlie Bennett. Maybe they've been just shunted down the order in terms of getting into the side for the moment, but they will both have opportunities as this is played defensively up into the offside. But I say it's an extraordinary contrast, Kevin, because Essex were literally running out of bowlers, particularly end of June. Remember the heatwave round?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if you were playing. Sorry, Hampshire were playing in that round. It was the end of June, the round where Surrey made 800 and kept on batting because it was too hot to field. I think that was the score. That was the score. They wanted to bat into the final session. The Kookaburra round, and yes, Essex, I think, got done by a late order partnership at York, where 2 batters got established, and even lower order batters, in those conditions, it was relatively comfortable. His Mulder bowls, and it's aced, and it's just again flown over Walter at third slip, who's just down there on the ground, and he sort of arches his back bat, and he's still down on the ground, and he picks up his cap twice in 1 over. I think that one had just flown over him, but he probably can't quite believe this, because Mulder is finding the edge here. He finally gets to his feet, but twice in 1 over for Paul Walter. And again, he's very close to producing a magnificent catch. He probably, again, in both cases, he probably feels he should have got it, but both were extremely difficult, and the ball was coming up at him at great pace. But let's say he's in the action at the moment. Another 4 for Lehman. His last 2 boundaries have not been too convincing. The light meter reading is taking place. Do Hampshire have a bogus light meter to make sure it gets the right reading? They probably don't, but it doesn't matter because they're coming off. What a dramatic end to the day. That is going, I'm sure. I think the natural light is the cause here. Although we have got the heavy cloud cover, but at this time of year, the light is the same as it is in early September. So you're not going to get much play after 6:30. And I'll tell you what, maybe Lehman's little bit of luck, because that's the first over he's looked unsettled. Might just be a lifeline for Hampshire to try and get something significant going tomorrow, because had that gone against them, well, close to curtains, I think, in terms of the innings.
I can't believe that, having talked Preston Lehman up, saying how calm and they were, and reassuring, that Prest gets out straight away, and then Lehman suddenly plays a couple of shots where you think, wow, what's going on? But anyway, he survived. Prest didn't, unfortunately, but yeah, Essex have kept the pressure on there, no doubt. They've backed up their batting with a good bowling display in the overs that we had. What do we have? Just under 15 overs. And to pick up 3 wickets in that time, they'll be happy.
It feels as though the light is starting to go, doesn't it, Kevin? Yeah. I'm pretty certain they're not going to have any more play. I don't know whether it's with any significance. In fact, we've gone off so late makes it less likely, but just having a chat with the groundsman at the moment, I think Essex will probably feel they're done for the day. That press wicket was a useful one, just getting that third wicket. 48 for 3 in reply to 4, 61 for 7. They're in control of the game, and they'll be looking to bowl Hampshire out tomorrow and consider whether they just want to bat for a couple of sessions. Obviously the weather forecast is reasonable, but equally they may feel that the momentum with 4 seamers, if they do bowl Hampshire out quickly, is to have another go straight away. But no question that Essex are in the box seat at the end of day 2.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yes, a lot. I think the weather improves the next couple of days, so there'll be a lot of batting for Hampshire to do here, a lot of fighting. Essex are definitely in control. Hampshire trailing, or Essex leading in this game on the first innings by 413. Thank you very much, Nick Ledhill. Thank you to Sanjay Murthy, and we'll be back, weather permitting, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.